Welcome to the Boardtown Divide Public Utility District Board of Directors this Tuesday, May 16th at 2:01 p.m. At this time, I would like to have a roll call vote.
So we've got Director Saunders,
Present.
Director Stovall,
Present.
Vice President Seaman,
Present.
Director Swinbrook,
Here.
and President Revolt.
Here. And Donna, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Hey. Can I get a motion for the adoption of the agenda?
I'd like to make a comment on that.
Okay.
Well,
Yes, please.
yes, I'd like to commend Liz on the way this agenda is put together in the packet. The sub tabs are awesome, makes it a lot easier to use, and that's a really good job. And carry on.
I wanted to say, thank you for stealing my thunder at my board comment section.
Anytime.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's why I did it now instead of waiting until you jump in.
Thank you. That's okay. I just wanted to comment that unfortunately, I won't have an excuse for not being able to stay on task with the organization. It's in here now. Anyway, that's
why she did it.
okay. So that's with that in mind, any motion for the adoption?
Motion to adopt the agenda.
Seconded. Donna, second the motion. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously, 5-0. Now we start the public forum session, and I got something to read here first. Always pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.3, the Brown Act, members of the public shall be afforded the opportunity to speak on any agenda item. The board president will call for public comment on each agenda item. Those wishing to address the board on a matter that is not on the agenda and within the jurisdictional authority of the district may do so during the public forum portion of this agenda. Follow the procedures for speaking during public forum or public comment session. A, public members desiring to provide comment must raise their hand and wait to be recognized by the board president, speak from the podium and begin by stating their name. If participating via teleconference, please utilize the raise your hand feature. The president will call upon you by addressing you by name or phone number indicated on Zoom. Comment must be directly made to the board only. Disruptive conduct shall not be permitted in any board meeting. Persistence in disruptive conduct shall be grounds for summary termination of the privilege to address the board of directors. Currently, there is a 5-minute limit per speaker and 20 minutes cumulative. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under the public forum. The board president is responsible for maintaining an orderly meeting. And with that, the floor is open to the public. Let's have our honored first-time guest begin.
Okay,
Ross, if you could state your last name, please.
yeah, my name's Ross Lee. I'm the operator of Bootstrap Hill Farm down here in Garden Valley, off of Highway 93. My lot's been getting irrigation water since the 1970s. I know it's been paid since the 1970s every year. We love the service. That's why we bought the property. We love the irrigation water, and to just shower you with praise before I say anything else. I've noticed in the last couple of years, the maintenance on the ditch has been awesome. Your employees have been so incredibly great. I had a problem one time with gopher holes seeping water because the ditch was running too high because demand upstream was off. People weren't pulling what they were supposed to be pulling, so the ditch was running high on my property, which meant that I was flooding out my field. Made a phone call. 20 minutes later, 2 really great guys come out, make sure all the culverts are clear, adjust the flow, problem solved. Phenomenal. Like I can't expect anything better from any institution. So that right on. And I got to say, I think this board of directors too, I'm really happy to see you guys sitting where you're sitting. It's really, really nice. I feel like I can come here and talk to you guys. And so thanks for having me. And that's all great. We grow a lot of lettuce.
The big butt.
Yeah, there's a big butt. And it's okay. I'm just here to communicate what I don't know what the long-term vision is. I need to be more involved. I don't know what the long-term vision is for irrigation water on the divide. I hope it's in perpetuity. I got 3 kids. I'd love to expand my operation. I always am looking for real estate with the ditch on it. There aren't many places in California where I can buy irrigation water to run an operation like I want to run. It's a diamond in the rough, and you gotta, we have a very magical thing on the divide. I've seen forecasts to show that over the next 25 years with predictions of global climate change and everything else, that we might be in a sweet spot where we might be receiving more precipitation than other places in the state. It's gonna be a great place for small local agriculture. Reliability is fundamental. I start crop planting in January. I have $50,000 in vegetable starts in a greenhouse, acres that have to get planted out. I have a good well that runs 14 gallons a minute, but when May comes around and I don't have irrigation water, it gets real scary. I know that the board made this decision for fire prevention, and that's awesome. But in a year when we have historic snowpack, historic water reserves, water's flowing out, I would have paid you guys for water in January just to make sure it was coming. I'm happy to pay the board or pay the institution anything they want to make sure that water's on my property on May 1st. Not having it means that I'm running a pump and a well that I also depend on to water my house. If I run that thing dry, I gotta move until I fix the situation. If I don't have a reliable irrigation water, I'm faced with a couple decisions. One is which to move the operation. The other one is to dig an agricultural well and stop buying water from the district, which I don't want to do because I want to see it run. So I don't know what to do. I don't buy fire prevention water. I buy irrigation water. I understand that it's a problem and we need to address that. I personally think that vegetation management and maybe something from the state and the feds and people who manage our public lands is probably the actual solution to the problem. I appreciate that there is concern about that. And, if you guys got to shut the water off while there's a forest fire going on, I get it. 2015, they ran the irrigation season a month late, started in June, because I could tell just by looking at the sky, there wasn't no water in your reservoir. I get those things. I'm willing to deal with that. When I see water running down every creek and I can't get it in the ditch, I don't know. I would have paid for it. I would have been happy to pay for it. So I just want to put that bug in your ear the next time you're making these considerations that, the lack of notification was really the big problem, because I did all my planning there was an automated phone call that went out. I get 4 or 5 automated phone calls a day. People want to sell me insurance and all kinds of crap. When I hear a robot, I hang up the phone. I've always received written notifications from this institution in the past. That's great. I watch my mailbox like a hawk. And if something's from GDPUD, I don't even leave the mailbox before I open it. Make sure, see what's going on. My mortgage, my future on the divide, everything rides on me having a supply of water. If I can't get it one way or the other, I don't have many options. Like, I'm literally out of business. So I don't know how much irrigation there is out here. I understand if you got 4 old donkeys and a goat running around on a pasture, which is 90% of the property out here that receives irrigation water, unfortunately, maybe they don't care if the water doesn't show up until June. But if you're actually trying to run a small ag operation, it's fundamental that it show up. And I'd like to see 100 farms like mine out here. I spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars at all of our local businesses. I buy concrete, pipe, everything else. We hire locals to work on the farm. We have kids running around out there. I think we're trying to build something good, and I want to see more of it. And what we need is reliability. And I just need to, we could fix I'm sure that it's a hiccup and it's half on me that I didn't listen to the automated phone call or whatever that came through. But I don't expect a phone call from GDPUD. I expect a letter, because I've gotten a letter every year for the last 14 years for anything. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. If there's anything I can do, if any of you ever have a question or anything, and you want some input on irrigation, I'm full of opinions, whether you want or not. So thank you. And thank you for hanging out at the farmer's market and chatting with everybody. You too. I've seen lots of faces here. That's great to see you guys out in the community, being approachable. It's a breath of fresh air. So thanks for your attention. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just brief comment to let Ross know, there is an irrigation committee, so they'll be addressing those issues, so check the website to see what they.
Yeah, I saw that meeting. Is that a more appropriate place to go and?
Well,
Get
they,
you on.
they put in, they'll have the input before it comes to the board on shifting the irrigation
Oh, okay.
and things like that.
All right.
Your input would have been front and center. We would have like, before policies made or changes.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, even coming at 2 o'clock on a Tuesday, I mean,
Mhm.
I got employees right now working, I got irrigation running. I didn't put on a clean shirt, sorry, I just, it's like 2 o'clock on a Tuesday, man, the sun's up, we're out there hammering, so. I don't know if there's any way to bring that up too, you'd probably have more participation if you picked a day after, or a time after normal work hours. I don't know if
Usually
you
it's,
want that or not,
the irrigation committee runs, usually the Thursday after the board meeting, and it's again at 2 o'clock, which is
Yeah.
bad. But,
get
that's a bunch of, residents that have irrigation water, except for the other liaison, that doesn't, he's our token. So we have a good group that it gives a lot of input in all directions. So, you also might consider getting on the irrigation committee if you have time. But I understand.
Yeah, if there's a spot, I'd love that.
Yeah, because that's something that we, every part of the agricultural world that runs and needs is ditch water. We can use the input.
Beautiful, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dowd.
Stephen Dowd, thanks. Making that speech, that was great. I understand that I got a message at the end of April that the irrigation committee was canceled that day, whenever the meeting we were gonna have. And I was kind of thinking we were supposed to be making a decision on starting when the irrigation was gonna start flowing. And I thought we've been talking for months about starting it. They wanted to put it off from May 1st to maybe May 15th. Remember we talking about that? May 15th and then June 1st and then pretty quick, nothing happened. I mean, it was like, it would have been great to be starting on May 15th. You could have used the water now, right?
I'll take it in February.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But it's like, I don't know what happened to the meeting. What happened to the meeting? Because I was looking forward to coming to that one because we're supposed to start the water flow. And but what I wanted to talk about was the increase in the budget, $1 million. That's pretty steep. I know he was talking about, Nicholas was talking about 1.25 or something like that, right?
He's up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's on.
I-
Is he up there?
I'm here.
Oh. Well, I'm talking now.
Oh, there he is up there.
I'm talking now. That's steep. You gotta think,
You
I'm
can't talk,
thinking the first thing is rate increase.
you
guys
can't
are gonna
talk
rate-
about the budget, it's on the agenda.
Huh?
You can't talk about the budget.
Okay,
You have to wait until the.
Can't
until
talk
the-
about the budget.
tomorrow.
No,
I
It's
could
for
talk
items
anything
not on the
That says
agenda.
it's not on
Huh?
the agenda.
It's only for items not on the agenda.
And there'll be a time to comment it.
Yeah. you can comment at that time.
You just
Okay.
can't, you have to sit and wait for us to get to it.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Well,
And we want
I
to
hope I
hear
can remember what I was gonna say.
it. No, but we want it, we definitely want to hear it. Sheree,
I just want to make a point that the timer wasn't running when he was speaking, and I agree with everything he says. Plus, you're not supposed to comment. I ask questions and nobody makes a comment. So you're not even following your own rules.
The board's allowed to make brief comments.
Well, that isn't what it says in your rules.
it's not necessarily answering questions, it's the comment or clarification, really.
You can stop the timer.
Okay, stop my time.
That was.
I reclaim my time.
Yeah.
Save it for later, you might
But
need
the
it.
timer wasn't going.
Who's keeping the timer going?
The time ran out, so you can say that the time runs out.
Yeah, I didn't see the timer. I was looking for Nicholas and didn't see him, but now I see him. Okay, I thought he had the timer. Okay. Anyone else? Public forum?
That was all three of them, actually.
Well, Steve?
Oh,
Steve's one, in public. Yeah. Okay, where is one? So
Minutes.
now,
Minutes.
yeah, can I get approval of?
So for the whole consent calendar, President McDonald,
What's that? What's
You're
that?
seeking approval for the consent calendar.
Yeah, let's just, yeah. Okay, can I get a motion for approval of consent calendar unless there are any items to be pulled?
I don't have an item to be pulled, I just have a
Corrections.
comment for the clarification for staff on the lyric, so if we could just go over how we're going to send out the notifications. In terms of those that don't respond in time, how are we gonna give the feedback to them? That are currently on it.
They're not due till the 15th, so there's a 2-week period after that date where we can reach out to the ones that have not responded. And determine if that's because they no longer qualify or if they were unaware. And then we'll just get them re-signed up.
Any other board members?
So we're reaching out to people for them to apply for the lower rates.
The people who are already on it.
Renewals.
It's to renew. It's for those who need to renew.
By June? No, when is that?
We've already sent out the notification and the bill
Okay.
to all customers. So this would just be following up with our current
Mhm.
applicants.
Yeah, that's why it's on the consent calendar, because it's just business, business as usual. Can I get a motion to,
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
motions by Director Saunders and seconded by Director Siemens, all in favor?
Seconded by Director Seals.
With that correction.
With that correction, all in favor?
Aye.
Like,
Any disapprove? None's, motion passes 5-0. Okay. Financial reports? Let's see, the consent calendar.
what is- Wasn't he at this meeting?
For the financial reports, President McDonald, I think we could just open up 5A through 5D. If there's any public comments or any questions from the board, I think at this time we would be happy to take those, and I would direct those towards Jessica.
Can I step back? one?
Sure.
So on the minutes of April 11th, wasn't Director Stovall there? Considering it says Director Thornwell motion to adopt the agenda, Director Stovall seconded the motion, but then he kind of doesn't exist after that.
Would I? Is that true?
No, he exists.
Yeah. Existed. He's here now.
You may want to review that and make sure he's,
He was there then.
yeah, that's why I kept looking, going, is he still
Yeah, he
there?
was there.
Can't make any comment.
He was just real quiet that day.
Okay,
Okay,
never mind.
thank you for questioning.
I take it back.
Okay, clarifying or something. Again, any public comment, start with, Sheree?
He's not gonna talk.
Who?
No,
There's no question.
Okay, go ahead.
okay.
I'm waiting for questions from the board.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Financial report,
5A through D.
2, have 2. I want to start with 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a question on page 1 of 9. The third line down on surcharge. When do we expect that?
So that's an incorrect account number. That is inactive.
Oh,
And if you go to, I believe it's 112. Nope. See, I had all my notes on my copy. Yeah, so it's 112 if you go to page 4 of 9. The word surcharge and the word supplemental fee are interchangeable. They're the exact same thing. So that's one of the things that's gonna get cleaned up, but I'm not gonna mess with our accounting software until the end of the fiscal year, when we'll start cleaning up all the things that we flagged. So if you go to the beginning, 100 is the water fund, but the surcharge is the sweet water treatment plant fund, which is collected to offset the cost of the treatment plant or to pay down the loan. So that's 112 40104. And that's where the funds are and not in the other one, because the other one shouldn't exist.
Thank you. I noticed in looking back at past budgets that it was there and then it just stopped.
It made sense, but the 100 is a water fund. So this is a separate fund dedicated, because it's restricted funds, dedicated to itself. Sweetwater Treatment Plan Fund.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question.
Sure.
It says on the, maybe I'm just missing it. It says the financial reports included below are for fiscal year 22-23 ending April 30th. Then there you said, I will be running the rest of the financial reports for the prior month instead of July 1st to present.
Yeah, so the budget to actuals, we don't hard close at the end of the month. It takes about 2 weeks to reconcile everything from the bank statements we don't get until after the end of the month. So it takes about 14 days for us to close. And by the time we have this meeting, if I were to run the April financials for the budget to actuals, they would be different the next month because they're not closed yet. So everything, check reports, vendor purchasing reports, all of that can be run through the end of April. Or because we already, that's not something that's gonna change. Those are checks, it's hard data. But when it comes to the budget to actuals, we are gonna wait until the following month the following month's meeting to run that. So they're only through March. Because April's not.
But
done
they're
yet.
still gonna start at the beginning of that particular physical year.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, well, that was where I got confused.
So the check report, if
Because
we.
you said there, you're gonna
Every
be
single
running it.
month. Yeah, so if we were to run the check report from July 1st to present,
Yeah,
it would be like 75 pages. So I'm only doing a month at a time, and if you want to refer back, because that information.
oh, yeah,
can
yeah, oh,
change.
yeah, okay, I get it now. All right. I was thinking kind of like
It needs to be
this
reworded. but-
budget to actuals here, I thought that you were only gonna do the prior month and not do from
No,
July.
no, no. Yeah, it's
Okay.
only from the beginning of the fiscal year through the prior month, because we haven't hard
Oh,
closed
okay, I got it now,
our
okay,
reconciliations by the time we have this meeting.
okay, I think I got confused where it said instead of July 1st to present.
I need to reword it. I read it 5 different times. I could not get it to sound correct. So I will figure it out. I'll just have
Okay,
it bullet pointed on
All
which
right.
report is run from which date to which date.
question answered.
Any other questions? On the board?
On page 103 of the pooled cash report. On capital reserves, about the 6th one down. There's a charge out of capital reserves. Will if assuming there's gotta be funds available through FEMA and PG&E, will they go back into that account, assuming that account paid for some of those expenses?
Yeah, any grant funds will go back.
So that's.
It'll show up on the balance sheet.
Okay, but that's where I assume that's where some of the costs came from, so it'll go back into that account. Correct?
So the way it will work likely, because a lot of the FEMA money will come in the next fiscal year, we will have a reconciliation going backwards to show the offset of funding from the physical work that was done.
And it could go to either 111 or 100, right, Nick? I mean, it could, kind of depends where it came out of. That's what the reconciliation will do.
It'll come out, it'll go back to where it came out of.
Yes, because each grant is a little bit different.
Yeah.
Depending on the work performed.
But I don't think that one in particular is gonna being refunded,
Which one are you talking about?
106,000. Isn't that the valves?
If that's the valves, I mean, if that's what that is, it doesn't have a detail there to see. But if that's the valves, no, that's just a CIP project.
I think that's what it is.
Okay.
And if we know how much the grant funds are going to be, we could always do a journal entry before the year end close. That is going to account for that money that comes in next fiscal year, and then we just reverse it once we get the funds in.
Okay. My guess
Yeah,
is you
so
know what the amount is.
some of it will also be reimbursed through litigation as well. And so that's why likely it will be a reimbursement of the general fund budget. So it'll likely go back into the 100 budget, and we will reconcile it in the 100 budget.
Thank you.
Public comment, questions?
On check number, page 19 of 21, 34662. What is that one?
No, that's not it.
Which one are you talking about on that page?
The reimbursement for Nicholas Schneider.
Yeah, what's that reimbursement?
I get a mileage reimbursement that I'm filling out quarterly.
Okay, so at the meeting that when he was hired, I asked that question, if he got a car allowance and mileage, and I was told no.
I don't think it was told no, it's in my contract.
Okay, so number check 34688. Bob. Stovall, 365,
What page you on?
same page.
Oh,
At the bottom. Or at the bottom, middle.
oh, so that was, yeah, so he misplaced his check for attending the board meeting.
Oh, that's a reimbursement.
And we were reimbursed through ADP because he gets paid through our billing system.
Got it, okay.
So we had to cut him a new check.
Okay, then on page 2 of 4 in the year-to-date vendor. Check 34708.
Wait, are you in vendors or in check report? Because there's no check numbers.
Yeah, where are you changing?
Oh, okay, well, there is a check in the current. So,
Okay.
Griswold Industries,
Griswold isn't, that's clay valve,
it's who?
that does it, the treatment plant clay valves we did for part of the CIP.
Did what?
The clay valves, the pump,
Clay
the pump control valves at the
Okay,
two.
that- okay, hold on, okay. But then there's an amount in the vendors for 106,714.82. But the year-to-date checks only show them getting 99,000. And that's check 34708.
We've done other purchases besides those valves through that same vendor.
Right, but it should show in the year-to-date checks. There's two different figures, it doesn't match up, you know, it's like $7,000 different.
And you're saying this is just for Griswold Industries?
Yeah. And it's page 11 of 12. And the other year-to-date is 2 of 4. So one states year-to-date 106, and the vendor one goes
Oh.
99.
Did you say 11 of 12?
That's what I had. And then,
I think it's 11 of 21.
yeah, it could be.
Oh, she lost me.
I don't see Griswold on that page. I mean, I can, if you wanna,
Okay, well, okay, here it is. It's 99,000 on the vendor. But on the checks, it's 106,000. So page 2 of 4 of the vendor. Griswold is on there for 99,000.
Isn't that a year-to-date report?
Yeah,
they're both year to
they're
date.
both year to date. And then up at the top, it shows they received recently 106,000. And that's check 34708. And that's on the 1921. So somehow there's something that doesn't matter.
I don't think the check report is into each individual check. It's not a year-to-date,
Okay, so it's 106,000, the
Right.
check that was written on 4/28,
right?
but the year-to-date vendor only showing them receiving 99,000.
I mean, she has a point. I'll look into that and see why that's not
Okay,
matching
so
up.
it's just that, and then one other one. 34719. It looks like a legal firm. What was that for? That Craig lawsuit?
Sloan Sakai is doing the salary survey, right, Nick?
Yes.
That's who we hired to do?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's it.
That's it. All right. All right. All right, next we have information items. And that would be the board report. And I'll ask Director Stovall to begin. Do you have anything?
I don't have anything to report other than losing my check and getting it reimbursed.
Yeah. So, the troublemaker. I guess, yeah. Thank you for reporting that. Helping up. Stepping up. Director Saunders.
So the meeting that I attended or in the packet, the report from the Aqua Conference. Basically, one of the major issues that hit all the committees was the issues we're dealing with the headwaters, so dealing with wildfire, using water infrastructure for fire suppression, fire mitigation, and also dealing with ground and stormwater on the other end, and dealing with what we have to do in our rural mountain counties and the headwaters when it comes to the CARB and the zero emission fleet that we have to do. So those will be updated in the legislative stuff, but those were the majority of items that were the feeding that grants will.
When you say headwaters, what does that mean?
Headwaters are basically, that's where the water begins. So the headwaters are where the water forms and starts all the lakes and rivers for pretty much the county. So basically it's anywhere where the water comes down. It's from the Tahoe Basin, basically from the mountains is where it starts. So we're part of the headwaters. Forest Hill will be part of the headwaters, and there's headwaters throughout the US. And one thing which is similar about all the headwaters is, especially for the water districts that are there, it's a large geographical area, but small population density. So for us, we're dealing with like all of the impacts of the fire from like El Dorado National Forest and the Alumna, the other stuff that you don't directly control. And we have our 4,600-ish customers are on the hook for putting in that extra money. And that's why headwaters are important, that the state and the Fed need to invest in it, so it's not on the small population. So that's what we're trying to put out to the state, and so the information campaign that, you know, water comes from forest to tap, so to let everybody know where the water originates from, and if they don't invest in it economically, it's gonna affect them downstream, because it's gonna affect the water quality and the
Treasurer Thornborough. Nothing? Okay, not this time. I did, I forgot what it was. Okay. Director Siemens.
I have nothing to report.
All right. I have a little bit to report. I attended the Aqua JPA Spring Conference in Monterey. And I'd like to share a little bit about the liability program there. There's a 10% rate increase for 2022-23, and the first one in 15 years. There's a few large major losses is impacting prices with fires and natural disasters.
What was the 10% for?
A general increase in the premiums for liability insurance.
That's insurance?
It has to do with the wildfires that have been experienced in California.
Yeah, saying acts of nature. What's that, Steve?
That's normal. I mean, acts of nature happens every year.
But right, but this was the amount, you know, the impact.
There was over $30 million in claims that were related to wildfires this last year.
From Aqua or JPA?
JPA.
Just to the JPAA, correct.
And then as far as the property program, just 287 members of over 400. It's a 20% rate increase, and they've been increasing for the last 3 years.
For what?
Catastrophic events, including the wildfire. So we should expect a 15 to 20% increase as of July of this year, July 1st. And workers' comp program has about half of the members participating. And the rates have stayed flat or decreased over the past 10 years.
Why is that? What do they have?
Risk management,
Safety
With
program.
other companies.
yeah.
So basically, there are 466 water agencies and associates that are part of Aqua. And they can be part of the insurance program, so not all the members are part of Aqua JPIA, that's the separate entity that covers the insurance. And we're covered for property, liability, workman's comp, and employee benefits. So usually we get refunds because they built their own joint power insurance authority and they don't keep a profit. So basically they use the pools, and if there's any left over from the pools, they use the pools to offset any thing that they have to pay out in claims. And anything that's left over comes back to the agents, the different agencies in refunds. So the last couple of years, we got refunds for workers' comp and property and liability. One year we got 3 checks back. This year, there was no profit. The first time they had to take from the reserves to cover claims. So no refunds, and that's basically the way it's built, that they have a reserve so they don't have to increase the rates. However, they went through the reserve, so now the rates are gonna have to go up.
And it's direct,
Who pays for those rates?
That's what we pay in our insurance. So that's what you're talking about, our insurance collective when go up next year. They've been flat for a pretty long time. And if you want to talk about the CWIF, the California Wildfire Insurance Plan, that's basically that was the first vote we had in 2018 where they decided to make their own insurance for wildfire because no one was covering wildfire or they were covering it at crazy cost. So they did that to help stabilize it, but with the catastrophic fires we're facing, the claims just doesn't get anything with it.
so it overwhelmed that buffer. Even with the buffer. Then as Dr. Saunders said, there's 466 total members. So in the liability program, it's about 65% of that number that's part of that program, about 55% in the property, about 45 in the workman's comp, and then the last one is employee benefits, about 55% again, and medical costs are escalating rapidly. Also expect a 10% or higher increase on January and in the future years. So it's part of the 5% CPI you're hearing about. It's double. So it may not be factored in. I don't know if it's part of the pool of that they monitor. Yes.
So if like half of the members are in the program, and they figured out the reason why they went elsewhere? Are they getting cheaper rates, or have we looked into it, or?
I don't know. I'll ask.
Yes,
So-
there are other insurance providers that are out there. There are other availabilities. You could always shop around and find different rates, but there is a majority of, as was stated, the Aqua members are part of the JPIA. So we could definitely look around. I don't think you're going to be saving a great deal of money, but it's worth a look.
2 things that the Aqua JPIA does that you probably aren't getting from the other insurances are refunds. So no other insurance is giving you money back. And 2 is they have an active risk management where they come out to the district and they go over different stuff for employees and safety and give us recommendations and help with any policies and employee issues. And they actually cover us for any employee legal stuff as well. So that's the benefit we get from them. That you're probably not going to get from insurance. So those are the things we can factor if we're looking for costs.
And they can't make a profit.
They can, but they
They
choose
can.
not to.
They choose not to.
But we still need to look and see if there's anything cheaper out there.
They can.
We should.
And on this one item, it's about 55% combined overall participation of the total overall. I went to the Aqua conference in addition to JPI since I was there, and I thought it was very informative. I learned a lot of new things. Met a lot of nice people, made some good connections, and learned a lot more about acronyms. In fact, here's a supplement. And then a supplement to this for the long acronyms, add more acronyms. So that's for you.
But you've had that one for 2 years.
Huh?
You've had that big one for 2 years.
Yeah, I'm just adding to it.
Can you give us an example of an acronym?
Aqua,
JPIA,
Oh,
American.
Yeah,
Aqua,
yeah,
American,
GPUD.
yeah,
it's the initials of the name.
yeah, just abbreviation initials. And some acronyms are getting so long, so,
there's a lot.
and I learned quite a bit more about all the committees, commissions and boards you've been on. It kind of puts all things together. Are there that many? But there are. And the value and existence of these state and regional boards. How they all work together or can work together. Somewhere comes to mind, strength in numbers. We may have an interest and someone else may have an interest. And when you go lobby, if you just, well, I'd like to, but if you have several, so I got it, made sense. And a lot of connections, a lot of good stuff happening over there. I'm glad I went. Developing relationships and neighboring districts and regions. One particular case I brought up last time, but to reemphasize, there's a lot of vendors that are there. And this one particular director, he made a connection with the vendor about a solar tank recycling pump for the storage tanks, which saved them millions over a few years because of that simple. And then Nicholas and I were mixing, and I was talking to a GM in Southern Cal that doesn't have any storage and expensive water to boot. And just by talking, Nicholas came on and started discussing with him the potential to sell water to them if appropriate. But that's where a potential connection could be made, money for us and savings for them instead of buying it from their normal channels. But I'm just saying that was good for that potentially, and other reasons. That was just one that I was involved somewhat with. And then that was pretty much it. That's all I have to report on. So with that in mind, let's go to legislative liaison report.
Yeah, so in the packet is all the provisions that we have and oppose and support. I did have one update to AB 1337, and that was one of the water rights legislation, and we were asking to have that amended, and unfortunately, they amended it even worse. So they added pre-1914 water rights to that one, so that wasn't initially in there, so now they've even made it more restrictive. And there'll be some bills that will be bringing forward, the one that's kind of puts a set limit on all of reservoirs, that's AB 754. I'll bring that up to us. That was brought up by the operations manager from PCWA. And the GM does have an update on the Carbon Fleet Act, because he went to that was brought up in the Energy Committee, and they have some updates on that. And Nicholas actually went to the Capitol to testify on that. So, Nicholas.
Yes, thank you for that, Director Saunders. So unfortunately, not great news for all public water utility districts, public agencies. CARB, or the California Air Resource Board, adopted what they're referring to as their Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation. Basically, what this means is starting in the year 2024, it is going to require all agencies to start the process of converting to what they're referring to as zero emissions. So that means it could either be an electric vehicle or a hydrogen powered vehicle. Some of the arguments that we have expressed are the lack of electrical infrastructure and the lack of, obviously, hydrogen infrastructure. Currently, our district has 14 vehicles that are all, well, I wouldn't say all, but most are nearing or over their life expectancy. So the major unfortunate part of this regulation is it will force the district, as we replace some of those vehicles, to invest in much more pricey technology. There are a few exemptions that you can utilize to extend this. However, it does create staff having to reach out and apply for these exemptions. So currently, I foresee us trying to get an infrastructure delay extension simply because the grid cannot support these electric vehicles. And that will be hopefully where we can have some sort of relief from this. But the majority of agencies, they would like to have them in 13 years from 2026 to be fully zero emission vehicles, all of the fleet. So go ahead.
Yeah, every time you buy a vehicle from now, so if you buy two, one has to be a zero emission. So that's the challenge.
Yeah, that starts in 2024.
Just buy
Correct.
one.
And that's basically what. That's
So
basically what we're gonna
2039,
do.
is that what we're saying? 2039?
It's 24, yeah, it's 2039, 2040. By 2040, everything has to be converted.
With scooters.
Yeah.
2040.
Yeah, so there are, like I said, there are some exemptions. So we're going to explore all those exemptions. However, it appears as though we are going to have to comply with this to some extent.
Yes.
Yep, we brought that out, it's kind of electricity to run it. And then the other meetings that we've been going to is we've been meeting with the State Water Resource Control Board and the staff on the water use efficiency conservation bills. That's the one that's gonna have the indoor and outdoor budget for the district. So we've been working on the outdoor budget part and the variances. That continues to be a work in progress, and hopefully they will continue working on our land data. I know they gave us some back, but we're supposed to get that back, but so far we haven't updated it. Based on the 2019 numbers, we're about 294 acre feet off as a district, so we're over by 294 acre feet, which is not bad for a year. So if the land data comes in reasonably, we should be able to meet the state's budget.
So I'll just give a quick update on the LAM data. We did meet with DWR, both Adam, myself, and all of the staff members at DWR. Basically, they were assessing parcels that were not all part of our service area. So we have submitted additional data for them to consider, and they are reassessing our district, and they are working directly with both Adam and myself on correcting that data set. So we're hoping that we do see some relief based upon, it went from 97%. They increased it to 94%, and I would say it's probably closer to about 80% is what I would like to see them come with. If the aerial photography doesn't provide the relief that we're looking for, we can do what they were referring to as a door-to-door or a drive-by analysis, and that would help to assess some of the more irrigated areas.
Nicholas, would that be a sample of the district, or just or 100%?
No, they typically do 10 to 15% and then extrapolate that data throughout the district. So we can take them to areas that are more readily irrigated, and they could get a better picture for how the district operates and how the district looks.
Thank you.
I got a question for Mike. Are we making any headway? Well, you have in here, we're supporting this, we're opposing this. I mean, as well as that we're opposing, especially that 1337. I mean, do we have any kind of indicator that we're making any headway in that?
Unfortunately,
Yeah, Adam Quinones is probably the biggest proponent who has his pulse on all of them, and sadly, it's a push. One of those 5 water rights bills are probably going to pass. So we just have to try and make it where it's as least harmful to us as possible, but. A lot of this stuff is now in appropriations, so that's the committees where they see what the budgetary analysis is, and then when it comes out of appropriations, then that's when we'll know how far they're moving forward. But so far, all of these bills that we are opposed are moving.
And if I could just add a little bit to that, it's still very early in the process. There's still movement to be had. Like Director Saunders said, likely one, maybe two of those bills will be passed. I would say the best bet we have is to soften the language or convert the language into something that's less damaging for the whole state. If you look at some of the bills, they're basically looking at taking the whole water rights system within the state and completely changing it, completely starting from scratch. And it's a really untenable position. And I think that many of the people who are against these or opposing these bills realize that. It's unfortunate that the writers just don't realize it yet.
Okay.
Sure.
It says district position, and then you got the support and then coalition, but some of them don't. So who's making the district decision?
We vote on them here at the meeting, so we've had meetings where we've voted on what the position was for legislation. So that's the district position.
When was that?
We did it.
We did.
Mhm.
Several meetings.
They've been at the last several board meetings.
Yep. So the legislative report, we do it, and then the action items, we actually go over which ones we're gonna support or oppose. So these are all the ones that we voted on at the district. And the coalitions are some of the letters that we've sent in and joined with. So some are CSDA, some are Aqua, some are with party. Some that are empty, we are in the coalitions. I just haven't put them all in because there's so many as you can see, but basically most of them were in the Aqua coalitions with.
What was the agenda item to that? I don't
If you
recall.
look back at the last two board meetings, one was under consent, and previous to that, there was a lengthy staff report that went over a majority of these bills.
Yeah, we had a whole.
I believe it was March.
Steve.
Well, one of the things that we stepped back a little bit, we were talking about vehicles and life expectancy, and we were not necessarily expecting the type of ominous, requirements for the new purchases.
Mhm.
As a person who is approaching my life expectancy, I'm with the exception of my wife's opinion, I'm not really ready to bring myself in yet. So perhaps the first thing we ought to do is take a look at the projected life expectancy and not necessarily dash out or replace, to see if maybe it has a little longer life than we anticipate.
We are exploring that as well as exploring purchasing some vehicles before the 2024 deadline so that we can get in a bit under the wire.
But take the bill on there.
You got this, okay. Next, Director Saunders, do you have any more to comment? Operations Managers Report.
Yeah.
Adam, please, thank you.
Cool, thank you. Yeah. So on the treatment side, no outside normal operations. Our production and demand was still kind of low. I think we're starting to see it pick up the last couple of weekends with the weather heating up. So kind of on average, our gross water use versus time, our treated water production versus time, kind of down a little bit, which is good. I mean, that's the gross water is what the state looks at, so that's still below our average. Second page just kind of sums up a cartograph summary of the work we're doing in different activities throughout the system. So when I go over each one, but if any questions towards you can ask them now or at the end of my report here. I just go through just some pictures of work we've been doing. It's really busy month just getting ready for season. So a lot of continued clearing of the canals to make sure we have good flow throughout. You guys have been putting a lot of hours and a lot of hard work. Because we were kind of running that. Next page, you see a chimney flat line replacement. So we had a whole crew there doing a treated water line replacement inside on chimney flat court. It turned out well. It took about 2 weeks to complete. We're actually finishing up the paving today out there to kind of complete that project out.
And Adam, if I can just jump in on that real quick.
Yeah.
I'd just like to add that our new Liz, our executive assistant, has started a YouTube channel, and I was actually out while they were replacing and putting in the hydrant valves and one of the shutoff valves for the system, and was able to videotape our guys doing an exceptional job putting in that portion. So if it's not up now, it should be up very soon on our YouTube channel so that the public can see some of the work that our operators are doing.
Thank you. I'll talk a little bit more to that when we get to the CIP portion of it. Next picture is just some of the upper canals in the burned area. Here closely there, you can see how deep the ditch is, and that ditch is usually, that upper canal is usually 3 to 4 feet deep. In this section, we saw about 2 to 3 inches of depth, which is obviously not enough space to bring our irrigation water down. So I worked on that for almost 2 weeks straight towards the end of April once we were able to gain access up there. We also had 3 canal lining projects we did towards the end of the month and in the beginning of May, first couple of days in May. Couple down in Slager Mine, then one up country near Tunnel Hill. So those.
And
yeah,
if I could jump one more time, just I'm not sure if the gentleman's still in the room who made a comment in regard to irrigation water.
Yeah. Be sure.
I just want to point out that if you can look at the pictures and get a hold of and see what the canals look like, part of the decision to maneuver the irrigation scheduling had to do with the ability to move water through the system. You'll notice, as was being stated, the fire caused quite a bit of silting in the canals, and we physically weren't able to move water through the system. This has been a fight also because we weren't able to access the areas. It seemed every time we would be able to get access, there'd be either more rain, more snow, and when we would get to the area, we would be doing more damage to the infrastructure because of the mud and the debris that was there, as opposed to trying to fix the problem. So yes, there was quite a bit of water in the system, but there was also maintenance issues that needed to be taken care of as well along the way.
So update on update on that water too. We actually just started pushing water down through the canals yesterday and today. So you'll probably start seeing it showing up as we get it towards the end of the canals for June 1st start. And we basically finished clearing that up, right? I think it was like May 2nd or something. We actually were able to get it clear. We actually could set our full summer ahead.
The first picture, is that along 193 down in Cole?
Which picture are you talking about?
Vegetation clearing.
Yeah, the vegetation.
Yeah, it's across from Kramer Road.
So it runs along 193?
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't even really look like a ditch. It looks like a gutter.
Yeah, it's this long side of the road. Yeah,
Yeah.
It crosses the road by Second Gate there.
And that's enough to send water all the way down to everybody else.
Yeah, by the time we get down there, it's kind of the end of the,
Yeah, it looks pretty.
Yeah.
So we don't notice it's filled with
No.
blackberries.
Yeah.
And then the paving or the cover up of that water replacement, is that how it's going to be left, or is that the paving company coming in and actually replacing the paving?
They're out there today.
So that was just gravel that was. put
Yeah,
in.
we didn't finish it to pavement grade. We were going to do it twice, so we left the
Right.
road base and then
Okay.
we're going to finish it off. Yeah.
I did notice that there is some water running through the ag water ditches. Is it available for people that are signed up to have ag water?
So it's available June 1st. Because right now we push the water in the canal. A lot of times we get to the end of the canal and then we kind of lose it. It kind of fills up voids. in different fractures of rock up here where it's unlined. So really, and then we go through and turn all the services on, and now all the services will be on by June 1st. So it's not available until June 1st.
Director Stevens?
Okay. Is there an ability to give notifications on leaving the valves open at the beginning of the season? So they get the flush, not the mud into
Yeah.
their, because that's one thing we don't ever do. If we could get something out, for the customers to do, so they're notified, because that's always like my big problem is I get
Yeah.
the first couple hours of nothing but mud if I have my valve open and I thought about it ahead of time.
Yeah, so once we get to charging the pipelines, that will be part of it. I was planning on sending out some notifications once we actually get closer to season. We still have a couple of weeks, so we're just trying to get water
Okay.
down the canal right now.
And then on this summary of field work activities, you have events, is that times going out? Or is that like
Yeah,
you have meter reads of 45? Are those 45 meters that were read, or 45 times somebody has gone out and
Well-
read multiple meters?
that's single events, so that's single meters.
So it,
One meter read in there, so like a meter read could cover a person calling in and saying they want their meter read for escrow or something like that, or one meter read in there could be us doing every single read, because we only do that every 2 months right now.
okay, because I'm saying like you have 45 events and then it's 50 hours to do 45 events. That means
Yeah,
you're spending a little over an hour for each one.
well, so yeah, so there needs context to that. So
Okay.
one of those meter reads was a field technician 2.5 days doing every single automated meter read, so that's gonna be about 24
Okay.
hours, yeah.
And then we were gonna have locations of work being done, like your vegetation clearing, you have nine events, which would be 9 locations.
Yeah.
And you were gonna give us a list of those 9 locations, so we would see the areas that were being cleared.
Yeah, I can,
Which phone is that again?
it's gonna make the packet, I mean, it's gonna make my board report, 50 pages long, but I can do that.
Well, no, I mean, you only got however many checks, and I think that
Right.
one program that you just
Yeah.
put up online is giving us all that information.
Yeah, it does, because every asset has a location, it's all based on our GIS system, so as they
Right.
do work, they apply their work to it, so yeah. Yeah,
I think if you want to do individual events, let's limit it to certain ones. I don't think we need to do all of them. I don't really want to have every event listed and provided. There are certain things that,
God's talking to me.
I'm sorry?
You're up there. I hear you over me.
I think
That's
if you want
all.
to do vegetation clearing, that's fine, but there's a bunch of other events on there that I don't think it would be pertinent to include.
No, what I had asked for a couple months ago was that like when we're gunniting sections of ditch, we were going to have those locations, like Adam said, Slinger Mine, a section of Slinger Mine and upcountry by the tunnel. That takes care of those 3. But then we also asked about clearing a vegetation where we have bad, vegetation areas, and we were going to get an area listed that if you had 9, then we would have like 9 areas. God, I look funny back into this, but
Well, Cameron's here, so
I know, I'm like, there's the back of my head, I'm talking to.
You're okay. You don't have to talk to the TV.
Yeah, but your voice is coming down over me, so it's creeping me out, even though you're that much taller than I am. But so
I see what you're saying. I'll brainstorm with Nick to try to get how to best present it.
yeah, because it's just weird out for areas like you did half of the Cherry Acres ditch.
Mhm.
Off of Cherry Acres Road where, then did you do the other section that was off of Kramer, or that
Yeah.
other one is off 193,
Yeah.
or, you know, that type of thing. But yeah, I think more communication for irrigation would be better than less. That's been, the irrigation's mantra for the whole. Since they
I
started.
plan on doing that. It's, yeah. It's gonna be on the website and be water smart notifications going out.
Okay,
So is there a place on the website where you're putting this information?
We're slowly working with Liz where we have irrigation has a spot on there.
Or will we eventually get to see?
Yeah, we'll update it as we send out notifications, and then each notification plan to have like a link to that.
Okay.
And then obviously the calls won't, but we'll just, you know, reference the website
Okay.
saying, you know, check irrigation for any updates. So the last page on questions right now. So Auburn Lake, the CIP program. Auburn Lake Trails at paving project, that was yesterday. Today they sound like they're finishing up tomorrow. They have, you know, a couple things they'll be finishing up. That's part of the water line replacement, Chimney Flat Court. And then I want to summarize that water line replacement. So the original engineering estimate, if we went out to bid, got a contractor deal, was $133,000 approximately. District staff and knowledge here, us just doing internally was 85,000. So we saved quite a bit of money there, doing that internally. Crew's got a lot of good experience. You know, we have a couple guys that have done it a lot here, but a lot of other guys got a lot of good experience and learn more about how, you know, installing new systems like that. So when they come across breaks and stuff, it really clicks with them. So it's because we kind of have a younger distribution crew, so it's good. The condition assessment, I know Castle came here a couple months ago. We revisited the burn area. He hadn't seen the burn area, so went up there, we took him to the diversion, just a couple more items there. Kind of the last thing he's waiting on me actually and us is getting looking at the treated water lines. And I just haven't been able to fit it in the schedule yet. So we're working to get that done, but it's just hard to fit it in with the other activities we have going right now and just limited staff. So we're working on that. Annual canal lining, the projects that we did this year, little over 1,000 feet. Between Slagermine, right below Tunnel Hill Hydro, Volcanoville Road. Tunnel Hill project, that was a pretty good sized project. We had some voids up there, 6 feet deep, so we were bringing gravel up there, putting concrete in, so it was a good effort.
It's a lot wider up there too.
It's a lot wider, yeah, your capacity is a lot. Yeah, it's like the Slagermine, that's towards the end of that one little section, so it's a pretty small. I mean, comparative, we did about 20 yards between the two and Slagermine. Up country, we did about 100 yards of concrete, so it's a big difference. Going through the next thing, kind of pressure regulating valves as to our treatment plant. They were installed last week. So they're in place. It was kind of a stressful day that day because we were shutting the whole plant down and getting all these valves installed. They're not operating yet. The guy was actually supposed to be here today, but he postponed until Thursday to actually sync them with the pumps and are pumping out there. So we're excited to have those working. And I think it's shown the last couple of years, replacing our PRVs, pressure rating the valves in the system. We've seen actually, less breaks over time. So I think these are going to help, especially some of the courts within Auburn Lake trails are real thin walled PVC, and this is going to help that pressure surging. So it's general activities. Yeah, we focused a lot on capital improvement projects this month. We had a really short construction season. We only had about 5-6 weeks from this winter we had, and now irrigation season. So I think we got quite a bit done. We had DSOD inspections for Stumpy and for Walton Lake. So we pretty standard inspection. We have some small maintenance items we need to take care of. The spillway is one of them, which we'll be working on once it stops spilling towards the end of summer. We were scheduled last summer to do it, but the mosquito fire derailed our plans there.
okay, what's DSOD?
Department of Safety of Dams.
Is that in there?
I don't know, Mike.
I'll
check later.
It's actually division safety of dams.
Division of safety.
Yeah. So we exercise both valves, so, we internally do it every year. They required every 3 years to witness as an exercise. We have a 30-inch butterfly valve under the dam in our Halbunger towards the end. So we exercise those valves, and then our Walton Lake valve, which is a lot smaller, so we do that as well. Working with WaterSmart to get monthly reads into the system turned out to be a lot more complicated than I originally thought. Just how data goes from collecting to Tyler back into WaterSmart without giving a lot of errors to customers. So we've done a couple of trial runs, but we're working on it. Hopefully with the next couple of months we'll have it figured out. Request for public assistance. This is through FEMA and Cal OES. We identify, this is from the emergency declaration into December into January. It covered siltation of Upper Canal, failure by structure 5, and the siltation of specifically Walton Lake. That's when we saw the most impact. So that funding looks favorable there. I just had a meeting with them last week. So the siltation already completed. So obviously we did that last week. Structure 5, we're working on that right now. So the siltation, we put 25,000, the road repair about 75, and then about 250 for removing silt from the reservoirs. And we're working through the process with a lot of ins and outs. So it's basically, it seems pretty, well, I guess it seems like we're going to get funding for it. And how it works, it's 75% FEMA covers, 25% the state and the district covers. Of that 25%, the state covers 75%, and then we can cover 6. So the district will be responsible for 6.5%. So every 100,000 be $6,500, which is the impact we're seeing, especially the structure, the roadslide at structure 5. That's pretty significant. So we're working on getting that repaired now. And then I mean tomorrow in our CS to go over some more piping up country there. Working on the WaterSmart grant for next year for canal lining. Engage with the Bureau of Reclamation, trying to get all that lined up and fully awarded so we can move forward with that project next year. Last page is the monthly water demand assessment. I don't have much to say about it. I guess we're kind of on track. We're lower than we have in the previous years, so I think we're still doing pretty good. It's interesting to see what summer brings with how much demand we have. Any questions outside of what we already discussed?
Go ahead.
Just the one thing is, if we have a debrief on the meters put in, just to follow up on the breaks and stuff after the fact.
I already beat him on that.
Okay, moving right along.
So meter debrief, what exactly?
How many breaks do we have after the meters were put in? How many things do we have to go back and fix after the fact? That kind of update on that.
Okay, I mean, okay. Let me think about I'll have to think about how to present that, because breaks are breaks, right? It could be.
Yeah.
Are you talking about on the customer side or on the line side?
Customers.
Customer side, okay. So it's on the customer side he's talking about.
Do it within a couple of months.
Yeah, okay.
We may not have a good picture of all that as well, because they're not going to always report those breaks to us, but we can put together some sort of a presentation that goes over the final project and add in some customer information and feedback.
Or like which ones you've been notified to respond to.
We definitely do that. It's just every break's different. So I basically can summarize the breaks associated with a customer service. I think as granular as we can get.
I have a couple of comments.
Yeah.
Questions. Those cracks and voids that when you got the flow going through for maintenance to clean it through, those would be slow leaks. I can take it that.
When you're cracks and voids, you're referring to like open canal.
Yeah, in the open canal. So before the lining, it would be a slow leak. Obviously, it leaks out through the winter and fills up again when the the canal's full,
Mhm.
It just means like swimming holes.
huh? Swimming
Like a
holes?
hole that you can't swim in, like there's
Like
just a deep.
Oh,
holes.
Oh,
Yeah, so say so say there's the slope of the canal changes, or you have like a hard rock or something, and it cascades down. It'll eat away that over time, so it makes a big hole. But that section that has water in all year,
Mm.
so you didn't really see them until we went in there. And
Is it a lot of water? Is it accounting for the maintenance waste, but the maintenance of flushing, is that something that we need to account for or keep track of?
I don't think so.
And I understood that we started the flow, not being on the irrigation committee or on the irrigation customer, a week in advance to get the.
Yeah,
And he said 2 weeks. Oh, 2
yeah,
weeks.
We just start. Well, we chart. It was basically charging the ditches, right? So we have. So like today, for example, they went from right outside of town down to almost Traverse Creek. That's a whole day of just that initial head of water pushing
Mhm.
down the ditch. So it takes each canal from the Kelsey Canal,
Mhm.
from the main ditch down. It takes probably 4 or 5 days to get the water all the way to the end.
Mhm.
And then once they get all the way to the end, they're clearing debris the whole entire way. And then they kind of have to do all adjustment for a couple of days, and then they get all the services installed and turned on. It's like every year, like the last board meeting where you have a different service, a customer is asking for a different allotment of water, so we have to go and make those adjustments each time.
Comment I wanted to make, another opportunity that Nicholas, during his reconnaissance portion of the vendor kiosks, he learned about a more economical way of lining the canals.
Yeah, you did mention that.
Okay,
yeah.
so I may take away from his thunder there in his board report, but that's something to take note of.
Yeah.
And before the big butt portion of the public, when Ross Lee was giving comment, he did give praise and accolades to your crew. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you
I
caught
know what he's
that.
talking about.
You didn't
yeah.
know what he's talking
yeah.
about. Okay.
Yeah, we have a really good crew that
Yeah.
doing
Yeah, it's
a lot of
consistent
great
with
work.
what we've heard lately.
I mean, you can say just since September, the amount of work and the amount of stress, the amount of hours, we've all put in here and to maintain service. It's
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, Sheree.
Just a comment on the capital improvement program where you have water main replacement. Maybe, is that chimney flat court? It's not noted there.
that one is, that's the only one we did this year.
Maybe the label on my desk. That's the only one that didn't get labeled.
Hey, Mr. Dowd.
I got a question. Are these guys doing the construction down here, they're putting in the electrical cables all around town?
Yeah.
Have they nicked any of your water lines down there? Because over there between South and Harkness, there's a leak coming out of the road, in the middle of the road. It's just constant,
So
never ending. It's like, oh my God, I hope they didn't hit one of our pipes.
so that leak's coming by the telephone pole. Yeah, that one is actually isn't treated water.
No, not. Orleans.
It's on Harkness.
Right in the middle of the road, right?
Yeah, I think it's on Harkness, right?
Harkness and
Yeah.
South. Right?
Yeah, we investigated that one. There's no chlorine in that water, so that's some kind of perch groundwater or
Natural
something.
spring.
Yeah, but they have, and we've been working with PG&E to get reimbursement for those breaks.
I noticed that we took a walk up near the nature area behind the elementary school, and there's trees down everywhere over the ditch. It's like, you guys have cleared it, you did a great job. It's gonna be busy.
Yeah, I mean,
Trees everywhere.
it's been that was down here too, up country. Yeah, it's been a challenge for sure.
Speaking of vendors, one of the vendors is one of the canine leak detection, so we can get a district dog, so. It's
What breed?
there were two, they're out of Roseville, so it was two Labrador retrievers. One was a black lab, the other chocolate lab, had scent training, so they were trained to pick up chlorine, so they could
Oh, wow.
Right. You need to stay with us.
Labs love water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the fire department has a therapy dog now down in Garden Valley, so.
We'll move on now to the Water Resources Managers Report and the Sanitary Sewer Management Plan, SSMP. Update.
We got 85 annual inspections this last month, 2 escrows. Brian was finally able to take a little bit of time off, and so the annuals were a little bit lower than normal, but on our little chart, you can tell the last couple of years, I think it's just the April thing in general. So be hovering around 85, 90 instead of the 100 and something it usually does. We had no spill, it was pretty dry, we only got that 0.33 of rain. We had a little bit of issues with the Station 16 Pico Veil service. It's the one that gives us all of our data for flow. It was down for a couple days, but we got the Pico Veil guy out there and it was fixed that day. Brian ran into an interesting issue in ALT. They were doing some road maintenance and didn't get us a call, and so no one USA'd our line. There was a main sewer line, the gravity feed lines running right across the road. So luckily he saw it and stopped and got it marked. We had the Mark Edson Dam report submitted last month also. I attended an Earth Day event for public outreach with the library. And I met with WDR update-ish was a little slow last month. We did have a meeting with Bennett, mostly to cover everything else they're doing with us, but I did meet with one of them today. We're working on the Station 16 upgrade. We ran around that today. Still in talks about like the communication with the county. I'm gonna be digging into that here soon. I had a couple big reports that were due this last month that have been trying to get figured out, but they're done. So my wonderful outlook for weather is a little outdated. NOAA kind of gave us the whole, it's like either or, we're either gonna be hot or cold, or a lot of rain or no rain. I did want to update it, but I figured I'd leave it because their projection was that we were supposed to have that rain in the beginning, and then it was supposed to be in the 70s, or mid-70s the rest of May, and obviously we know that's wrong because now it's super hot. But the cool part is we are at 240% of our normal snowpack. A lot.
Yeah, that was the good thing. Last year we were at 240, but then it all disappeared. So
Yeah.
this time we still have it, so that may be a issue as it's coming downstream, so.
And we're still spilling.
The SSNP update, so the state last December came out with it's a reissue of an old order. They basically want, the major changes were the way that, like how we have the legally responsible person has to certify every year that there's still that person. If there's any changes, you have to submit a new form. That was a little bit different. And then they wanted our current sewer system management plan uploaded online, which already was, but it didn't catch, so it like set a reminder and alarmed me every time that it needs to be in by June 4th. So it's already on there. I already did the recertification for the LRO, and then there was another one. They want you to redo your it's basically the annual report is what they call it. It's a questionnaire about the CDS fields. That one I just turned in today, but we do have a whole update required by 2026. So I thought it was due this month. That's why it's on the agenda as an update. But I went to a couple meetings and they said, no, it's not required to be updated. It's required to be uploaded online. So I have some time to get it updated, but it's already such a great report from the previous water resources manager. So there's not much updating I have to do, but they did change a couple words. The spill report or the overflow report became the spill report. So there's some grammatical changes that need to happen, but got a few years. So just we have to wait for that.
Board members comment. Go ahead, Steve.
Alexis, when you beginning to give your report and you say two escrows, what does that mean?
So we're required to do change of ownership, like
People selling their
yeah,
properties
so
and,
just ALT.
and you guys have got to be in on the escrow
Yeah,
to
so-
make sure everything's okay.
We have the annual reports, then we have the escrow inspections, sorry, we have the annual inspections and then the escrows. The escrows are a little bit more in depth, so we go in and make sure that those systems are up to date so that the new ownership doesn't have to worry about it for
Okay.
hopefully a little while.
Thank you.
Dr. Siemens.
In I'm sort of flipping back because there's a $900 charge for a spill. Is that for Champlain or is that for?
Sampling. I'd have to look at the reports, but that would be the only cost that would come out unless we had to grab like some emergency cleanup items, but usually those.
I think it was
at
station 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then we had one that was, there's a seasonal creek that runs behind there.
Right.
And if it's flowing, no matter what happens, if it makes it to a waterway of the United States, we have to sample above and below. And so I know we had to sample one time. So that was probably the charge.
Okay.
But I can dig through the stuff for sure and let you know.
Okay. If it's in his budget, as an actual cost this year for that station. So that's why I was like, it's
Yeah.
gotta be sampling of something, but I couldn't remember if it was because of the spill or whatever your other things were. Okay, thank you.
Last but not least, we have the general manager's report.
Yes, thank you, President McDonald. I'll do a quick overview of some of the activities. You'll note that participated in Aqua State Legislative Committee, and this is a great resource for where we develop most of the positions that come from our legislative support and opposition. We don't necessarily agree 100% with what they do. However, we do use a lot of their analysis to help understand. Also participated in a call with the Mountain Counties Resource Water Association and State Water Resource Control Board to discuss the water use efficiency standards and some of the issues that we're facing. We are, I think, official. We have one more signature and we will have our investment bank account open so we can start moving our investments around and taking advantage of the market and CDs and other new investments. It's been quite a lengthy process because we have several bank accounts that were out of date, and so we have been working on making sure that all of those are up to date, as well as opening up this new bank account. Additionally, US Bank hasn't been the most responsive, but once we actually found the right person, we were able to get some headway. I'm gonna include this here. I have a little talk about voluntary agreements, so I'm gonna skip over that and talk about that at the end. We did held a special board meeting for legal services. We are waiting for one more interview that will take place in June. Again, went to the CARB meeting to testify. Also attended the Upper American River Watershed Planning Advisory Group meeting. This is a group of meetings that are being held by the El Dorado Water Authority agency, that are going to be submitting several projects for potential grant funding. So the district has identified a few projects that are going to be included in their plan, and they are going to be submitting some of these to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation for potential funding. Some of the projects that are going to be included in the first initial round are additional canal lining and canal pipeline additions. So those are what we've identified. We have some other projects that are identified for future grant opportunities, but that's been quite an in-depth process that both myself and Alexis have been attending. Met with Congressman Kiley's office to introduce the district, and President McDonald and Director Saunders was able to attend with me. This was a very informative meeting. We were able to thank them for the appropriation award and also ask for a recommendation for myself to sit on Drinking Water Committee as a rural member that can give recommendations to Congress on potential funding and potential issues that our rural districts face. Was able to attend and participate in the overview of special district laws. This is a portion of a leadership certificate that I am attempting to obtain called the Essentials of Leadership from the CSDA. And I think that's about it. As well as President McDonald and Director Saunders. I also attended the Aqua Conference. I am a member of several committees and was in attendance for all of those committees, as well as the Headwaters Working Group as well. And moving forward, I have one good news update. Our very own Jessica Buckle was invited to speak at the LSL GASB conference. If you'll continue to scroll, there's some pictures of her there at the conference. So very proud of her for that. She did a very great job. And so that's my report. I'll go ahead.
Oh, we were gonna applaud.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, please. She deserves it.
Okay. That wasn't enough. She's not blushing enough yet.
I'll pause very briefly for any questions on this report, and then I will go into a verbal report on voluntary agreements.
Any more from the board? Public comment, questions? You may proceed. Nicholas, you may proceed.
Sorry, I apologize for that. I wasn't sure if you were talking to me or somebody in the public. So a quick update on the voluntary agreements. We've been meeting as what they're calling the American River Watershed group. It includes Placer County Water Agency, Forest Hill PUD, and ourselves and EID. These 4 members are going to be required to participate at some level in the voluntary agreements or the VAs. Basically what the voluntary agreements is, this is a set of standards, and the word voluntary is the meaning of we're going to voluntarily give up some of our water in specific years, whether it how much water has fallen. So that the years go, there is what they call a critically dry year. That is the driest that we get. That would be like 2015 or 2021, when we had very little water in the system. There is a dry year, which is next step from that. Then there's below normal, above normal, and then what they'd call a wet year. So this year is considered a wet year. So in any dry, below normal, and above normal year, we would be required, as part of one of those American River partners, to give up some of our water. Now, the thought is that we would be paid for giving up some of this water. The going rate currently is $295 per acre foot. So the total amount that is required from those 4 partners is 10,000 acre feet. And by calculating the math so far, the district would be on the hook for about 3,000 acre feet. The analysis is that if there was no refill requirement, as in a normal water transfer, the district could participate in this any year that it is required. However, the state is only requiring every 3 years of participation out of every 8 years. So you would not be required to give up this water every year, but as they were to call, they call it called upon for the water, then we would assess whether or not we would be able to fulfill that request for this year. So nobody knows what the future holds, but it looks pretty good for the district to have additional revenue coming from this potential voluntary water transfer. Now, there is the potential that we still would have a refill requirement, which I'm going to strongly advocate that we do not, but then we would have to have less, we would have less ability to do this every year, and we would have to reassess our water situation. So this isn't something that we're agreeing to today, tomorrow, or the next day. However, this is something that's going to be coming probably within the next 6 months. We are also looking to be partners with other agencies throughout the region that can buy our water from us and place it into groundwater banks and increase storage throughout the region, so that the district can see a benefit as well as the region can see a benefit, and we can potentially utilize our resource as an asset to the district. I'm going to turn it over really quickly to Director Saunders because I know he has a small update on the Regional Water Authority's VA agreement as well. And so I'd just like to have him, because he was in attendance at that meeting, give the update on that.
And just an overview, so this is the state, it's the Bay Delta plan. And every river that goes into the Bay Delta has to put water in to help the Delta. So the groundwater basin that we joined with RWA, they're trying to make a Sacramento groundwater bank. And we would be part of that, and it would be a conjunctive use where there's groundwater wells and using reservoirs so when there's wet periods, we can use water go down to the groundwater and they can have extra storage, and vice versa when it's dry years, groundwater can fulfill the requirement. The groundwater has the same kind of requirements to the Delta. However, they do not get any ability to sell the water. So if they're on the hook for 50 acre feet, they would owe 50 or 30 acre feet with no reimbursement. What the Department of Water Resources, however, did will say they will give 55 million to invest in a groundwater program. So if they could put in any groundwater projects by, I believe it's June 1st, that they will have the opportunity to be funded. So at our next meeting at RWA, we're going to approve the list of projects to go in for that funding, and hopefully there will be funding. So we'll be part of the conjunctive use where reservoirs and groundwater storages are used together to help fill the Delta plan. And for the combined years, it's critically dry, and dry years, it's 20 acre feet that would be required from conjunctive. And if it's just the groundwater itself, it's 30 acre feet. So, and as they said, this is all fluid. That was the last meeting. Nothing's set in stone yet, and you're also dealing with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. And then just to go over voluntary agreements versus not, the pros of the voluntary agreements are it's regulated, it's we get reimbursement back from it. If we can do things like get rid of the water refill, you will be able to get revenue back to the district. The downside of if there are no voluntary agreements, then it would be a 50 to 65% mandated pass through of our water down to the bay. So that's why it's in our benefit to work with the voluntary agreements and get it so it's as favorable for us as possible.
And the mandatory, we don't get paid for.
Mandatory, you wouldn't get paid.
I got a question on the Sacramento Water Bank. That's something we could put our Fazio water into?
So Nicholas is working on paper transfers on how to do it.
The short answer is no. The long answer is we're working on it. I have some ideas as to how we can utilize that Fazio water as an agreement with EID. The hang up with the Fazio water is it has to be taken from a federal facility. So if we were to say allow EID to utilize their federal facility to take that water, then we could do a sort of trade for other water along the way.
That was something the campaign said that they were working on that whole Sacramento bank. And that was going to have something to do with the Fazio water.
Yes, and so we're also working with Ken, EDWA, and our water transfer consultants have a pretty good insight. One of the persons who's writing our water transfer policy has written a portion of some of the legislation for that, and so they're pretty well versed as to how we can utilize it. So it's going to be included in our documentation.
I have a question of Director Saunders. Pass-through, can you define when and the pass-through? How is that?
It would usually, they would try to set it between the beginning of spring, and they would have you would have to give so many cubic feet would have to run through the district.
Okay, so beginning of spring, after winter, before
It'll probably be between after winter and before spring, because it's also a temperature effect too,
Yeah.
so you don't want it to be here by then.
And Nicholas, I have a question. Would the state request an answer from us or a commitment prior to our own water assessment and prior to for us being able to take into consideration any decisions to sell our water?
So the years that we have to sell. Okay, here is kind of a complicated answer. So in a critically dry year, which is going to be where we can capture the most amount of money for our water, we are not required to give up any water, so we could sell water. In a dry year, they are looking to provide more than the 295 acre feet of water. Part of our argument as a coalition, and it's not just the American River Partners, it's others that are participating as part of the water suppliers for this. So it's a little different. As Director Saunders stated, all the rivers have to provide water, and everybody who has a water right has to give up a portion of their water right. So people in the South who are receivers of water don't get the water, whereas we who are supplying the water have to give up more water. So the argument that we're putting together is when we could potentially sell to those agencies that have a need, we would like to have more in like a dry year than the $295. And so they are contemplating giving us market value. First, they're saying over the 3,000 acre feet or over our commitment. However, because we could just say, no, we don't want to do it this year, they are also considering giving us market value, which we're saying market value is $600 per acre foot in dry years. In a below normal and above normal, it would just be a normal water agreement with the $295. And I hope I know it's super confusing, and I'm sorry to do that. I hope that answers your question.
Would any sale include a refill?
So if we were to sell it, it's a refill. If we are to voluntarily agree to give up our water, I would say we are pushing with everything we have to not make it a refill.
But any sales like we did previously, are we always encumbered with that refill?
Yeah, that has to do with a Bureau of Reclamation requirement, because what they're saying is we are putting a deficit or a hole in the Folsom Lake project.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Dowd?
Now, he mentioned 3,000 acre feet at $295 an acre foot. That's close to $1 million, right?
885,000.
Yeah, 900,000. Very good.
Yes, that's correct.
That's about the same rate.
But
There's a big button.
But if we get to 600 per acre feet, that's 1.8 million.
Wow. That's not bad.
And it sells sometimes for 2,000.
Yeah, just before this
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah.
But
The most it's sold for in our area is $1,000. So when you see prices in the 2000s, that's somebody who's buying it who has to move it through various facilities. It's typically in a dry year or a critically dry year, the going rate is about $600 to $800 an acre foot.
At the headwaters.
And we got
Correct.
Yeah.
The reason you hear bigger numbers, the reason you hear bigger numbers is because, for example, if San Diego wants to buy water from us, we would sell it to them for say $800 an acre foot. They would have to make an agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation. They'd have to make an agreement with the state water DWR, state water projects. They'd have to make an agreement with Metropolitan, and they have to make an agreement with San Diego Water Authority. And every one of those entities that they have to make an agreement with is going to tack on their either energy charge, transmission charge, or other, pass-through charge. So that's where you end up getting $2,000 to $2,500 per acre foot.
And I recall that conversation we had last week at the conference that he was buying it for 1,700. We could sell it for less than 1,000 somewhere. By the time he pays all those incremental, he's maybe closer to 1,400, he might save $200. But it's a
Correct.
savings. Yeah, thank you for
Yes.
clarifying that.
Now, Mike, you mentioned about the ground storage, you know, some portion of it going, is that in the form of tanks?
Yes, so that,
No.
and that's what the investment money will be for. It's called ASR wells. So it's wells that are gonna be placed. There are some in Roseville, Citrus Heights, so we're part of the Sacramento Regional Water Bank.
Underground or above?
Underground.
Yeah, they're not tanks,
That's it.
it's just utilizing the aquifer, the natural
So what
aquifer.
happens is it's kind of, it allows it to be pumped in and some of them actually hold water, but most of it is to recharge the ground basin. The groundwater
And
basin.
how do they reach it? They just know where to get to, bro.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the way a groundwater bank works is you either let water infiltrate naturally in a basin or you inject water into the groundwater. And then to make it a groundwater bank, you have what they refer to as extraction wells that then will extract the water that was put in there and can be moved through the system.
And what I learned one of the things I learned at the conference was they flood the orchards and the fields. And in areas where they can, so you don't,
Yeah, following.
what's it called?
It's called FloodMar.
Yeah. and
Flood managed aquifer recharge. So they will take any additional water that's in the system. So i.e. this year had a great deal of water. They are encouraging people to basically flood their orchards, flood their fields, anywhere that they can basically breach a levee and allow that water to go, as opposed to out to the ocean or out to other areas. They can put it on the ground and it will recharge the aquifer naturally.
Thank you.
Next meeting package, I'll put in the article that went into one of the water magazines from Sacramento for the RWA, which goes over the groundwater system and the banking. I'd like to make a motion, Mitch,
Yes.
to change the agenda because Mr. Thomas has availability to move that item up so we do his interview now.
Okay. That's good that you saw that. I'm aware of it. I agree that we should be able to do that. Should we take a motion on it?
So is he done with his report?
But we gotta get through.
Oh, I thought you
So
scheduled
we got
a
our
question,
finance
Steve?
committee.
No, I'm making a motion that we move this ahead of the committees and to get this done.
I second the motion.
Will that be closed meeting?
No,
No.
it's for the finance committee.
Oh,
So it'd be like right now.
Well, I guess my question is the general manager done with his report?
I am done. Thank you.
Okay.
He was
Okay.
able to sense that somehow.
Yeah, all right. I just wanted to make sure we were, at
Okay.
least get that one done.
So now you wanna move 8A in front of 7.
Yes. Okay, we have a motion seconded by me. All in favor?
You can't second.
I'll second.
Who can't, cause he, oh,
You tiebreaker. You're
Yeah.
the president.
You've got a few more months and then in a few more months, you'll be able to second things.
yeah.
Director Stovall is the second.
Okay.
Director's all the second. All in favor? Okay, we'll move that ahead, and I think it's right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah, he's right there and it's right now. Okay. Let me get my
We should have little monitors right there.
I know,
interview.
because it's like,
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah.
Interview.
can't see
Look like
them.
NASA or something.
So, let's see. This section, go ahead, well, I'm not sure how.
How about I do a quick introduction?
Yeah, why don't you do that, Nicholas? Thank you.
What we're here to do today is to interview a gentleman by the name of Michael Thomas for an opening that we have on our finance committee. I think I would like to allow Mr. Thomas to do a little opening statement. We do have 10 minutes reserved for this interview, so that will include his opening statement plus questions and answers from the board and from the public. So at this time, Mr. Thomas, would you please give a quick opening statement, introduction, and why you want to be on our committee?
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, I've been a GPUD customer for 13 years now. And I feel it's an important part of our community. And a few months ago, I did see a flyer from GPUD asking for nominees to the Finance Committee. In my practice, I represent several mutual water companies, and I've represented nonprofit corporations for for many years. And so I exhibited some interest with Nicholas for the position. I do sit on various committees for other nonprofit organizations, and I would just like to have a chance to contribute with my background to assist GPUD. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think President McDonald, if you'd like to go through the various board members and see if
Sure.
they have any questions of Mr. Thomas, and I believe his resume is included in the packet, so that would be for your guys' review.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Thomas. I didn't see initially your desire and the reasons for it. So I was going to ask you about that. Thank you for sharing that. In addition to your resume, thanks. Any board member like to, Director Stovall?
Yeah, can you tell me what region of the divide you live in and potentially?
I'm at an ALT at Third Gate. Near Third Gate. I have a 16-acre parcel.
Do you utilize irrigation water?
No, I wish, but the canal's a little bit too far away.
Okay, Director Saunders.
Yeah, I asked this of all the lawyers that we had. So are you currently practicing now still?
Yes, I have a practice in Roseville. I've been practicing for 32 years now. And my practice focuses mostly on real estate. Again, I do represent a mutual water company down in the Central Valley, but mostly I focus on real estate, construction, complex commercial litigation, that sort of thing.
Just to check for conflict of interest, are you currently in any litigation with any of the local water agencies or the county?
No.
Can I ask you which mutual water company you represent?
Potato Slough Water Company.
Thank you.
Okay. Director Thornburg.
Michael, your name appeared familiar to me. Are you representing Lon Uso with the lawsuit against the county?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do represent Lon Uso in a dispute with the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, so that would be an action against the county?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Oh. So we do have a
So is that,
potential conflict, right?
what happened to Christina?
Christina is on her phone in a car, so she's driving to another meeting, so she might be a little slow to respond.
I think I hear her.
I'm here.
There we
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. I guess our question.
Yeah, I heard that he's representing Lon Uso in a litigation against the County Board of Supervisors. Just that alone doesn't present a conflict for serving on a committee with the district. I would have to look at the merits of that lawsuit and what it's about in order to assess whether there's any exposure to the district with regard to that action specifically.
Yeah, the lawsuit itself, or it's a petition for writ of mandate. It concerns a denial of a conditional use permit for Mr. Uso's property adjacent to ALT. He has several non-conforming structures for an open space. And although the staff had recommended that a conditional use permit be issued, the Board of Supervisors granted an appeal and denied the conditional use permit.
If that conditional, maybe you can answer this or not, I'm not sure, but if that conditional use permit were to be ultimately granted pursuant to the suit, would the Georgetown Divide Utility District have any involvement in processing any portions of the permit or approvals related to it?
No, it's again, it's all concerning several structures, nothing to do with water or water rights or water access.
So
Would any of those facilities be living spaces or have water access, i.e. a second meter?
No.
Director Siemens?
So those structures were off the initial meter from a legal from a legal structure at the time that these quote other structures were then built. But then would we have been approached to allow that water use to be extended to these other structures? And
Yeah.
then that put us partly in litigation, because if we had done it, we had approved it and it was, it's been found, I'm just throwing this out there because I don't know any better, that that if these structures are then illegal, then somehow could we get thrown in this mix of above and beyond, where
I don't think he has service. I think he's well.
is it, well, that's what I'm asking, is he I guess, does he have GDPUD water up there or not? And if he does, then is he using that water to support those other structures or any entities on that property? Because I don't know him.
Yeah, I honestly don't know if he has a GPUD water. I'm assuming he does because his property is adjacent to ALT. And the only structure that's at issue that might have water, GPUD water, is a barn that he uses for his horses. And if the petition is not successful, code enforcement is requiring that he remove all non-conforming structures, including the barn. And so I guess he wouldn't be using that water anymore.
Or severing those connections.
Well, I believe I read that part of the things going on with the county with Lanuso was that he's on a well and didn't get a permit for that. But I remember him saying back at the time when we were in drought, GPUD could not add any more connections. And so he had to get a well because he wanted it done at that time.
Well, I think that's what we need to get cleared up before we move forward on this.
Well, so just so everyone understands, Mr. Thomas's representation of Lon Uso in relation to an action against the county alone wouldn't conflict him out, and foreseeable potential future actions of a client of his on separate issues would more likely conflict him out of representing Mr. Uso than it would to be serving on the committee if he was appointed. But again, we can take a look at the petition if it gets sent to our office and assess the risk of conflict of interest and what that looks like.
Okay.
And I can double check with Mr. Uso to confirm that he's on well and not on GPUD.
The other question I have, how long do you expect this litigation to last?
Probably until September, maybe October of this year.
Okay. And we wouldn't know whether, from the staff, we wouldn't know whether it's a treated water customer. Jessica.
I don't know the parcel that you guys are referring to.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And there's no more, I just have it. So, and the property you have here is in a rental. You live in ALT, so it's probably not. So you live here, not in Roseville. I thought there might have been some reference to a Roseville residence, but.
That's my office is in Roseville. My residence is there at Third Gate in ALT.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I make a
So
motion.
what I can do is double check whether Mr. Uso is on well, and I can let Nicholas know.
Sure.
I was gonna make a motion that we put this on pause until we get more information to make an informed decision. I mean, if there's a second.
Mr. Thomas, are you available on June 11th, I believe it is, to come back to, we can do you right in the beginning, if you wouldn't mind?
13th.
June 13th, I'm sorry.
June 13th, yes, that's available.
If you wouldn't mind, and if the motion goes through, then we could do some research and we can come back, and I think it'd be amenable to the board that we could put this matter forward in the agenda and we could take a vote at that time.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you. Do I get a second to that motion by Director Siemens?
Nick can't make these decisions. We have to make these decisions.
The other thing I wanted to do is if we wanted to wait until the litigation was done, so then there would be no issues to worry about as well. That's a possibility.
Did he give us a timeline? Like,
He said
Yeah.
September, approximately September.
oh, I'm
So
sure.
that would be our decision if we wanted it next meeting or if we want to push it till September.
And that wouldn't be any problem as well, because I mean, he has a good background, and I know we want to fill the finance committee, but we also don't want to, have any issue dealing with our supervisors for, anything that we're going for. So once that litigation is down, it removes any kind of,
They want to speak up a little bit.
once the litigation done, it does remove any kind of, awkward dealings where we have a committee member that may be actively in litigation with the board of supervisors. So,
Is the only conflict being what you brought up with he's a current customer of treated water or well? Is that the only one that we know of?
well, no, there's just current litigation with the board of supervisors. So just to avoid any,
Oh,
we
yeah.
have to deal with.
Oh,
our
sure.
supervisor.
So should I amend mine if I,
Would you like to make an amendment?
okay, I make the motion that we push this off until the end of the litigation, so we have him free and clear of any possible conflict that El Dorado County and us, because we are that is a close party that we have. So that's my motion. We push it off till the end of his litigation. He can come back and we will be more than happy to entertain his.
Yes, regardless of
And
Mr.
welcome.
Russo's
And welcome.
water use status.
That's
Yeah.
not our problem.
Yeah, regardless.
Yes,
Yeah.
Because I would hate to have him not make it on the finance.
that would be a second.
Okay. Do I get a second?
Second.
I just want to make a comment. Is he aware that he needs to be here in person if he is on the finance committee with exceptions? That I don't think is maybe told to people.
Because that's a Brown Act committee.
Right.
Mr. Thomas, did you hear the question?
Yes, and again, I live just down the road from where you guys are, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Typically, it's 3:30 PM. Last Thursday in a month. Okay, thank you for that. So we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes that we postpone this meeting till after litigation. The county is behind us. Presumably September. Yes, Nicholas?
I was just saying, Mr. Thomas, if you just like to can stay in contact with myself.
Okay,
And we
no
can include you in the agenda as soon as your litigation has concluded. We would be happy to put you on the very next board agenda.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir.
And thank you very much.
Yes, look forward to talking.
Okay. Irrigation committee.
All right, let's keep going here.
Back on track. Mr. Chairman Miller.
Irrigation.
Oh, irrigation
Thank you.
first. There we go. Irrigation committee. Go ahead.
Well, Ray Griffin isn't here. The meeting got postponed that we were supposed to have this month. Which I was curious if we had a quorum, if that was the issue. Because that should be about the only reason we don't have a irrigation committee meeting. But we got through most of the ordinance. It's on, I believe, the last cut. Are you remembering this too?
Yeah, but I'm thinking though, there isn't any requirement that a member of staff be at the meetings.
Right, what I'm saying is the quorum for the volunteers that are coming in for irrigation committee, that's the only trigger that would actually cancel our meeting. Or,
There's other things that can cause a
We're saying the
cancellation
same
of the
thing.
meeting.
yes, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, like we could have still had a meeting
Right,
if we had a quorum. And I think that would probably would have been the thing to do is. I mean, we got a quorum, hold the meeting. That's my
so that,
take on it.
that's kind of in the future, we want to stress that the calls go out if there's an issue with staff. That we make sure we have a quorum available. If the quorum isn't available, then that's a whole different ballgame that we need to cancel the meeting.
We will definitely work on that. And we're also, just to be aware, we're working on several of our members participate remotely. So that is one of the issues as well, is to make sure that they're all aware that if they do participate remotely, we have to post their locations now due to the Brown Act requirement. So we have been working with a couple of the committee members to ensure that they're aware of that situation.
I have a question in that regard, Nick. I know all the rules for the Brown Act and participating remotely, you know, only get two things. Why couldn't they say we had a quorum in person, which is required? And
Yes.
couldn't a committee member attend remotely, but not as a committee member?
Yes,
And
absolutely.
not vote. They wouldn't be able to vote.
You are 100% correct that they would just be a regular member of the public at that time.
Okay, and there's no penalty, no Brown Act violation or anything like that.
They would not be able to vote or deliberate on any of the items.
Right. As a committee member, they could discuss it when they have the public input.
Correct. Okay,
Great, thanks. And so the next meeting on the June 15th,
Yes,
what time, 3:30?
it's 2:00,
It's at 2:00?
2:00.
But those ones are loaded. Okay. That's all the questions I had.
Anything else?
And I think that the last thing I remember we discussed, since I'm like flying on this because Ray should be her notes. Is that the district is supposed to be coming up with some information to go out on different topics on educating, giving people more information for the committee or for the ditch water.
Yeah, we're working on some flyering. We're also working on selling more water
Yes.
to those areas that are underutilized, and we're working on potential how-to educational videos that will help irrigation customers to understand their system better.
Yeah, because that was
Just to put in, remember, that still has to come before the board committees don't have that.
right. But it's one of the things that came up was that we had multiple inches left on each certain lines, and we don't have any information going out saying, hey, we got 4 inches left on, say, Cherry Acres line. Anybody want to get more water to try to sell the rest of that water? And that's what we're going to have to start trying to figure out, how to push this water out.
And figure out how to get that.
Money. Yes. So that was the other thing that came up during our stuff.
That's the first time I've ever heard flyering used.
Flyering.
Yeah.
And the ordinance.
Nick said.
I'm good at making up words.
Isn't that when they dump them from an airplane? and they get-
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Yes. So I'm done. That was,
Well, thank you.
thank you.
Chairman Miller with Finance Committee report, please.
Yep, the finance committee met last month and we went through the proposed budget at a pretty thorough basis. And for me personally, and I shared it with the committee at the time, and I will share it with you as a possible, avenue to take a look at where we're going next year is to not look at this year, but to look at the previous year. Because this year has been a tremendous anomaly with the repairs that we've had to go through and all the problems that we've had and all the damage that was suffered. And so if you really go through that budget and say, okay, what happened a year ago versus where we are now with a reasonable approach to an additional inflationary issue for every particular item. Actually, we were pretty clean on it. There was, I think, maybe 4 issues that were brought up that the general manager was going to be revising and looking at anyway. So I would say that from our standpoint, looking at the budget as it's proposed was pretty much in reason with the previous year to this year. And there's some real bubbles in this year that were basically taken away going forward.
Go ahead.
Is there gonna be any kind of an official recommendation or presentation to the board when we get to that part in the agenda? As far as,
If we have a final before our next meeting, then yeah, we can make a recommendation to the finance committee that we accept it all, or we accept it all except for.
oh, so you don't have that at this, you don't have that at this time?
Well, there were a couple of issues that's what we have.
If I can jump in.
Okay.
So we're going where we need to go, we're spending what we need to spend,
Mhm.
and we're asking pertinent questions, not unlike the one that I asked earlier about. Yes, you know, we have an anticipated life, we'll keep our item, but in this current world, maybe we need to extend that life. If it looks like the facility is still, you know.
Right.
Viable.
Well, look, my question is that it's more of a time concern. Because by the next meeting, we kind of need to have the budget approved. Because we're gonna start July 1st. So that I was just trying to get a feel for what the timeline for all this is gonna happen. And Nick, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I would like to talk to that timeline. So at the next finance committee meeting, we're gonna invite all the board members as well, so that we can do a joint presentation of the budget. And we can continue with any comments that come out of today's presentation of the budget. And at that meeting, we will have kind of a working meeting where we can look at some of the numbers, adjust some of the numbers, and then hopefully from that meeting, we can get a recommendation from the finance committee to present this to the board as a final budget that will be finalized on June 13th. My goal.
Kind of like
actually,
workshop.
I'm so sorry.
Yes,
So you're talking basically like a budget workshop?
Yes, sir.
And when do you plan on having that?
That'll be at the next finance committee meeting. So I believe it's the 30th. I'm not having a
Last
calendar in
Thursday
front of me.
Yeah.
It'll be the 25th, excuse me, the 25th.
Is that a Memorial Day or no? That's the weekend after?
Of June.
Oh, Thursday. Yeah.
Of May. Yeah,
Of May.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Not for the May meeting, but we'll have to have.
The May meeting or when's the next meeting?
The next
May
one is the
25th is the
Probably have
finance
to
committee
schedule for it.
It's usually the fourth Thursday of the month, so whatever that is.
This is June. So May
Yeah, I'm not.
25th, that's when this is gonna be?
That's our next meeting.
Correct. Okay.
We'll have to do a calendar to see when all the boards.
On the 25th.
And if the board is not able to participate in person, they'd be able to participate in that meeting by Zoom, because it would be, they would be able to give their input, but also it wouldn't be their committee. They'd be participating as sort of a member of the public, but also as a board member, you know.
Yeah, let's do a calendar because I'm not available that day to be on Zoom.
What is the 25th? Something's
Well,
going
you
on that
expect the
day.
finance committee to change their meeting to meet your?
They don't have to, we didn't schedule a budget workshop yet. I was gonna propose we do a budget workshop. but-
Oh, instead of having it at their scheduled meeting times?
Oh, we can send out some dates that might work if that would be helpful.
That would be better.
That might be a better idea. What do you think, Steve?
Whatever you guys wanna work.
I mean, but if we have the budget workshop after you guys have your next meeting, that'll give you some time to gather some more input, you think?
If it's, you know, if we have the next meeting and as the general manager indicated, you guys wanna come in as participants. Not board members, but as participants from the public.
Well, what we're,
That's fine, and then if you want a final report, if you want a workshop meeting, whatever you guys want.
no, that's not, no, my question is, they're talking about doing. The original are talking about doing it on your scheduled meeting date. But Director Saunders isn't gonna be available, so we're talking about having a separate budget workshop.
Why don't we have Liz work with you as board members and the committee members to look at the week of the 29th and the week of the 5th for a potential day that would work for everyone, or at least a majority of people, and we can schedule a budget workshop where we can sit down for an hour to 2 hours and just go over budget. So I can have Liz after this meeting today send out some dates and some times that might work, and we can do like a poll to see what would be the best date for everybody.
Okay.
And I think that essentially covered where I am, is that whatever you guys need, we'll get it.
And that alternate date doesn't need to be on a Thursday, because the following one we might be on a tour. So, okay,
You're gonna be on a tour.
yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
Go ahead.
So I don't know if this is the right place to ask you, when you look at numbers, do you question, like, I compare, like,
Are you asking a specific budget? It's an agenda item. You can ask it then.
well, I was just asking the finance committee, since he may be actually working on the budget again before we actually start talking about the budget. I don't know.
We'll talk about the budget, hopefully sometime today.
Yes.
Are you gonna be here when we start hacking the budget up a little bit?
He always is.
Not necessarily.
If I've been invited,
Oh, yeah. it's
They're always invited.
Okay, never mind, I'll wait.
you can ask that if you want to.
Well, my question is, when you're saying things are going, numbers, and I see numbers that are just. To me, I feel are placeholders that don't take this wrong, Nick. They're throwing numbers in there just to have these numbers put in, to have, what are you looking at?
It's throwing everything on the board and see what sticks. That's what,
Well, yeah, cause I see,
all available optional. Yeah, let's just, okay.
I just have a question on the meeting date, since the
Yeah.
agenda says June 22nd
What?
on the agenda.
It does state
I
next
was,
meeting
I'm assuming that's the June date, not the May date, so that's not even a correct date. Okay,
That was
So-
gonna be my next question.
yeah, okay. So it's like, how are we gonna know the public if you guys get all, you decide, and then can we know a little bit ahead of time instead of the day before?
Well, we'll have to notice any kind of special meeting that all the board members are at. It will actually be a board meeting, so it will have to be noticed to the public.
Correct, but like 24 hours ahead. I'm
It
just.
has to be 72 hours.
so you want the budget to be approved on the 13th
Yeah.
Yes.
June.
Yes.
But this next meeting date says June 22nd, it's not May,
That's
I
what
think
I'm
that's
doing.
clear.
Yeah, it should be May 25th.
May
It's-
25th,
Yeah.
okay.
And the June meeting's on the 30th, not the 22nd. The last Thursday of every month.
So that whole line's wrong,
So it's the 25th of May.
all right.
Okay. So that was your comment about the wrong
Yeah, I
date,
just- well, I'm
okay,
just curious.
right.
And you're welcome to come grab one. if you don't want.
That was the comment I was gonna make,
Yeah.
Director Seaman, about what you just said about placeholder, fill it in, any available expense, and then we'll hash it out.
We can go over that when we review the budget. We'll explain our methodology.
Okay, thank you.
And just so you're aware, in the last meeting, I compared the actual expenditures to the proposed budget from the year before this one. So I didn't look at the proposed expenditure from a year before. I looked at the actual expenditures from the year before to see what they're budgeting going forward, leapfrogging this current year.
Got it.
And if I didn't.
And then I
if
take it
didn't
to the
see
other
something
level.
that This way, it kind of did this,
Right.
or even if it did this, I asked about it. I always ask about it. That's my job.
Okay,
Got it.
okay. Thank you very much. Next item, C, Ad hoc Committee for Policy Manual, Director Saunders and or Seaman.
Are you looking up something?
Basically, so basically, we have, one policy. We passed on the, with the consent calendar, we have the policy for code of conduct for meetings, so that's gonna be on the agenda for this item. And then we are going through the, policies for, the HR policy is on hold for now, we still have to go through that, the anti-harassment and discrimination is now gonna be reviewed by Aqua JPIA to follow up on urban list stuff and then send it back to us. And the next one's gonna be going over reimbursements and remuneration, and that's the next policy for basically.
And we're also going to be doing, I have a draft of the water transfer policy, but I asked and requested for some changes to that before we submit it to the policy committee. So that will be on the next meeting as well.
And the sequel policy is.
Yes.
But those will be in 2 weeks, not the 18th.
Yeah, so we're canceling the May 18th meeting because we don't have the staff support, and we don't have our staff member is going to be out that day. That is basically chairing that committee. So,
And we're just getting notified today.
you should have been notified today. I think we've been.
Is there an email too? I saw an email.
Yeah, we've been emailing.
Are we done?
That's it. For
Well, I guess my
I just have
Thursday
a-
morning, Fleur.
What's the reimbursement and what?
The reimbursement remuneration policy for board members, that's
Oh,
the,
okay.
on how we get reimbursed and all that.
Moving on to the Ad hoc Grant Writing Committee, Director Saunders and or Stovall.
We haven't met since the last one, so nothing new to report. The updates Adam.
Oh,
Ad hoc Committee for Audit Committee, Director Saunders and or Thornborough.
Haven't met yet. And how is what's the update on the audit?
No complaints. They've had several questions that were easily answered by LSL. They don't speak to me unless it's something LSL can't answer. And since they were our auditors for 5 years, it's very easy for them to just answer these quick questions they have.
No big red flags.
No findings yet.
No findings yet?
Mhm.
Okay, I like the,
No, we're going to go with no findings, not yet.
Well, this microphone's pretty sensitive. Yeah, I remember that.
We got Ad hoc Labor Negotiations Committee, no meetings scheduled, Director Thornborough, our liaisons.
I'll give a quick update. This is still on hold due to the salary survey being in play. We've been working on we've gotten some of the numbers back, but we are changing the way certain things are going to be written up. So we're trying to ensure that that survey is telling the right story before we begin any labor negotiations.
Thank you. Moving on to action items, section 8, tab 4, item B, because we did the interview. This would be the budget review and potential approval with Nicholas.
Liz, can I have permission to share my screen so that I can put the presentation up on my end?
Well, you probably scoot over there if you want. There you go. Oh, no, don't do that.
You want to sit in the audience.
No, sit there and stare at her the whole time.
Oh, yeah. I can see that.
Oh, boy. I can't see that at all.
We should be in the same.
Yeah, that's better. That's more better.
A little pixelated, but at least we'll get paper on.
Can you guys see the screen?
Yeah, it's not the slide sharing, we can see the screen.
What do you see?
We see the slideshow.
We see the cover sheet. For
You
the,
need to make it as big as possible.
Yes.
That's as big as I can make it. Okay, so
To the back.
What's the same? It's the same here. It's okay.
I know they can't read
See,
it.
you can't read that either.
Oh,
Oh, come on.
all right.
all right, there's more resolution on our own binder.
We need some of those big page magnifying glasses we can put on there.
I could do it 11 by 14.
Okay, let's rock and roll.
Okay, so before I get started, I would just like to give a great deal of kudos to Jessica and Liz for putting both this presentation together, but also for their work on the budget. As the last finance committee and the last board presentation of this budget, we've tightened a lot of loose screws. We've changed a lot of numbers. We are much more close to where I think we will be and much more close to where we were last year. There is still a bit of gap, and I think we can go over where those gaps lie and why some of those lie. And then taking into account some of the comments from Mr. Miller, yeah, we do realize that there are some areas where we have looked at last year's finances and brought them into this year, but there is an explanation as to why. So I do believe I have all my department managers either in the building or in the room so that we can answer any questions that they may be able to answer. So first, let's go into source of supply. One of the things that I'd like to just note is if you look at these two columns over here, we do have the change in the budget from last year. So the first column is the change in what we budgeted for. And then this number here is a change in what we project moving forward. The top section of all of the spreadsheets are all regarding employees and or benefits. So many of these things we really can't change a lot of, unfortunately, due to either the MOU or the set of things that we deal with from insurance, health insurance, workers' compensation, and then CalPERS for retirement expenses and unfunded liabilities. A lot of these numbers are given to us, and so we can only calculate what we have. So that top section, there's not a lot of wiggling that can be done, but you can also notice how these wages are causing our budget to increase, in the 14% of what we budgeted last year, and then up to 20% of what we're projecting to go out at the end of this year. Now, where things can be addressed and changed is down here in the lower section. And so this is the non-labor expenses that we have. And many of these have an area where we can make changes. And then we have a whole nother spreadsheet that will go over where and why we're spending that money. So I would like to just point this out for Mr. Miller's edification and for the rest of the board. Of note, in materials and supplies, we budgeted for $11,000. we spent almost $50,000 and we're projecting to spend about $65,000 just from that one category. Now we realize that that is mosquito related expenses, and we were reimbursed for a portion of that money. But when we came into budget, we wanted to make sure that we had enough money to fund those specific projects that we are going to still be working on. So Adam had been mentioning some of the silting, some of the other projects that we're working on. So we wanted to ensure that there's additional funding that is available. When we look at materials and other, this is what we refer to as a rental or a non-durable good. So something that is, short-lived that we have, that's not there very often. So we had to rent a great deal of equipment to complete much of the work from the mosquito fire incident, and we're still having to rent some of that equipment to do the work based upon what we're experiencing now. So some of this that we're anticipating could be utilized as part of a grant that we have forward. So we're hoping that not all of these line items are fully paid for out of our general funding. I can't guarantee a grant is coming, but we can hope that grants are coming. We have,
just for clarification,
of course, please.
on the red, you have red 5100.
I will get to that. If you don't mind, I will get, let me get down there. Those are proposed categories that we didn't have in last year's budget. Does that answer your question?
Well, you have numbers in the column that you have for a budget, so that means,
He's getting to that. He's going down the line.
Oh, it's blue.
okay. Go ahead.
Something, and again, that I would like to point out, moving down a few lines, is the government regulation fees. And that increases from approximately $80,000 per year to almost $120,000. This is for our annual dam inspection fees and other fees that we have that are inspecting the source of our water. So Stumpy and Walton and Greenwood Reservoir. Yes, and moving down into where it is red, there is a couple of categories that we did not utilize in the past. And so we are proposing additional categories. So what you'll notice is, yes, there are numbers in the budget for this year, but nothing for any previous years. And so that's where we're coming from here. So capital expenses, these are typically looked at as something that is a long-term purchase. So I can go to the next line and I'll show you, but this is equipment and or something that is going to be utilized for many years into the future. And then a category that we haven't had in the past is PPE and safety equipment. And this is something where we are including all the employees' uniforms as well. So going to the next page, you can see where we started to break down and why we have the numbers so that they all add up for you. And I'd just like to go over to that capital expenses on the far left, excuse me, far right, third box down. We have, we are looking to purchase some new trimmers, some new pole saws, and a drone so that we can inspect the canals and get into areas that it's more difficult for people to get into, and ensure that everything on the canal is operational. But we also see that this drone could be utilized in case of anybody who may have been may have done damage to the canals, or maybe taking water unlawfully from the canals. So the drone will serve many purposes moving forward. That'll be a one-time purchase, and we will have people get trained to operate that drone. Moving back up to the government regulation fees, you'll notice that the dam permit fees were $88,000. So in the previous budget, the dam permit fees were approximately $80,000. They have increased a bit, and we also have fees related to our water rights that we have to submit And so that was not budgeted for, and that amounts to approximately $30,000 in additional spending. I'd just like to take a minute right now while you're looking at this. If you have any questions about any of the categories here, or how we have developed these numbers, I'd like to maybe just take a minute here to see if anybody has any suggestions or questions as to where these numbers came from.
Director Saunders?
I just wanna, the drone also includes the training for it as well in the budget.
Yes, if you'll notice under staff development, it has FFA training, which should have say FAA training.
Yeah,
So it's a typo.
Equally as important though.
Yes.
The training's book training, it's not hands-on.
There is a yes, there is a book training. Basically, they're licensed as pilots, so to speak, of a drone. It's of a unmanned vehicle. I don't exactly remember what the license is, but it is more or less akin to a pilot's license.
Nicholas, under personal PPE, the uniforms, do they take their uniforms home and wash them, or is there a cleaning service?
Cleaning service.
Is that included in that?
We have a cleaning service that does that for them.
Yeah.
That's included in that cost, that's not somewhere else?
That is included in that cost.
Thank you. Ms. Director Seaman?
Under the professional services, under the CEQA, the $5,000 for eCourt.
Yes.
That you have, I didn't see it in any of the other ones. Oh, yeah, you do, but it's a blanket $5,000 in the other ones too. Is that just kind of a number you've thrown in there in case you need it?
Correct. So when we do major projects like the canal lining or the pipeline or any other kind of major construction projects, we will have that number rolled into the capital funding for those projects. This is if we have some sort of an issue that is less than a capital improvement project, or if we have something that comes up as an emergency basis, we need to have some money to be able to pull from, and so that's where the $5,000 comes in.
I don't know whether I should ask a question about the lab fees. We had talked about a few months ago, sending these out to bid and see if we can get a better rate.
We can definitely do that. I would say most labs are consistent, but it's never hurts to ask more than once.
Yeah, because you're over $10,000 in lab fees or $11,000 in lab fees. But I'm seeing, well, I pay more than that. But yeah.
I think
President McDonald, I'd like to open it up to the public as well. So after the board members have all of their questions answered, I'd like to just include anybody from the public who might want to ask any questions here as well.
doesn't look like it, so now it does. And so no,
So we're 35% increase in salaries projected.
That is correct.
that's the only public comment. We may move on, Nicholas.
Okay, thank you. So moving into raw water or 5200, this is going to be related to our irrigation water. Now, source of supply and raw water sort of cross over. So when we have these budgeted amounts, they're a bit fluid when it comes to those two categories. Again, the top line, we're actually budgeting less for salaries here. We have a little bit more for overtime. I would just like a caveat for the overtime expenses. We don't expect to utilize the full allotment of the overtime that is proposed. However, if we don't have it and we need it, then we have a much bigger problem moving forward, because then we have to start adjusting. So at the end of this presentation, they will show you how we came up with the overtime numbers, and how we ensured that those overtime numbers are correct. Something else I'd like to notice is the standby pay. So you'll notice that it's a $8,000 increase in standby pay from last year to this year. This is because at times we have additional members of our team that are on standby. So there are certain times of the year where we have more than one operator who is standing by. And so I don't believe that this has been accounted for in the past, and it's something that we need to account for into the future. You'll notice as we go down, this is one of the categories where the salaries actually don't increase, where we have a bit less than last year budgeted for. Now moving into materials and supplies, I'd again like to just look at and caveat some of the different situations that we have. And Mr. Miller, I believe you're still in the room, so you'll notice how we didn't just take the numbers that we projected moving forward at the end of this year, but we did actually make a calculation as to how much we are going to be using. So now that we're in this bottom section, I'm going to go into the next slide of the presentation so we can talk a little bit about some of the detail. I would just like to point out that materials and supplies, which was actually budgeted for higher last year, we have delineated out all the different pieces that we anticipate using throughout the year. And we are estimating that that's coming in approximately $15,000, where last year it was closer to $20,000. So again, I would just like to open this up so you guys can look at this, look at all these different categories. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them obviously from the board first, and then as we continue on from the public.
Nicholas, for the public's benefit and our benefit and the board, the public was concerned whether we, in the past, at last meeting, they were talking about holding off their questions or comments until after you're finished. Was that just during your board report, or was that during from the board discussing the budget?
I'd like to just make sure that we are including them in this, because we are getting down to the wire, and I want to have as many opportunities to hear from as many people as possible. I think the last meeting I wanted to run through the budget as quickly as possible so that I could get it laid on the table for everyone to see. And now that we've made quite a bit of adjustments based on the comments that were made at the last meeting, I want to make sure that we capture those comments as we move along.
And so in this, we have a question from Director Thornborough.
Yes.
It's more a statement than a question. The operating budget for the district is supposed to be just that, just operating, what it costs to operate the district, not improve things, add things as far as equipment, that sort of stuff. I brought this up some time ago before you were here, and our actual accountant at the time agreed with me that that's all it should be in the operating budget, is just what it costs to operate. You got your salaries, your benefits, your fuel for the vehicles, all that sort of stuff. No anticipated purchasing of anything as far as like equipment or even tools and stuff. I mean, it's just what it costs to operate, period. You know, no other additions.
So these are not necessarily new additions. These are replacing equipment that has met its life expectancy, and we need to replace them. And we're only including small equipment. I understand where you're referring to, as in, say, a capital expense for the capital improvement plan. And I've included the much larger purchases under that capital improvement plan budget. These are more small purchases that need to be made to ensure that we have operating equipment. You'll notice the whole, capital improvement budget, capital expenses is typically less than $5,000 for most departments. And so that's just to make sure that we are maintaining and having the same equipment that we've always had.
Okay, Director Seaman.
I guess I'm sort of going with Director Thornborough. Like, I see, we had uniforms of $3,000 and uniforms of $2,500. It's kind of in the main budget, what is the real number at the end of the day, and then break it out after that. So are you saying that, and I'm just asking because I don't know any better, that uniform budget costs right now going through to 5,100 and 5,200, we're at what, $5,500.
I believe the full number for the year is $9,500 for all the uniforms, but Adam, if you're in the room, if you can correct me.
I'm just trying to figure out what.
Yeah,
they're talking
so
about.
those numbers are developed in the amount of the crew members within that department.
Right.
So we would just, so it's broken out by departments, we don't sum it up. If you just add all of them, that would be the whole uniform budget
Okay,
for the
okay.
whole, yeah,
That's what I need to know.
between each department. It's just, yeah.
Because I'm looking at like, your professional services, you've got growlers for $2,500 for each of
Yeah.
these last two sections.
Yeah, so they would just fall, and so say if we had work within the 5,200, we anticipate that much work regardless we're there. If we have $2,500 for
Okay.
51, so it's just kind of separated out, between the departments.
And you can look on the vendor purchasing report for Airmark, who's our uniform provider,
Yeah,
and see how much we paid them so far this year.
okay.
It's
I
like
was just,
6,800.
because I was just wondering where these numbers were kind of
Yeah, but didn't you get the switch?
flying in it.
Richards?
Yeah, and I will note that we changed out our uniform company to a different company that offers a greater deal of services and offers a different uniform. So they're a much more visible uniform for our guys when they're out in the field. So we did make a change there. So we have an actual proposal for the year. So we were able to take all the people in all these different departments and break these numbers down to be very succinct with everything.
Okay, thank you.
Director Saunders.
I noticed that, the information provided to the finance committee had a significant difference in the wages and benefits for raw water as opposed to, what was presented to us today. What's the rationale?
Yeah, so when we did the salaries, we had some issues with our salary spreadsheet. So we went back through, as one of the comments that we received from finance committee was to make sure that we were having the correct information in those different salaries. So what you see today is based upon our COLAs for the various employees and those employees that are still eligible for a step increase. Unfortunately, when we did the math the first time, we included everybody getting a step increase and a COLA, and that's just not the case for our employees. So we made sure to go back in and correct that data.
Thank you for that clarification.
Director Saunders.
I know it's materials and supplies and fuel, we went down from the projected, but I just want to make sure we're less than the actual year to date. And I know we have the mosquito fire, but fuel cost and material cost have all gone up by a significant percent, so I just want to make sure we're capturing that.
Oh, no, I absolutely agree with you. The fuel cost, if you remember, from last year to this year, fuel costs have gone up approximately 45% in cost of fuel. So that's where much of that fuel cost is coming from. So we're just anticipating some of the inflationary spending is going to catch up to some of us in some of the categories.
And then with I know we have Bennett Engineering on professional services with each one.
Yes.
Do we also pay them out of our CIP project budget?
So if a project is a CIP related project, then all those costs get billed to the CIP project. So for example, if we start a project in raw water and we are working on, say, improving the canals by aligning them. Once we have the funding, or once we go in that project becomes a capital improvement plan project, then that money would be transferred over to there and it would be paid out of that budget instead of the individual operating budgets.
Question. That's a chair.
Given that, if it comes out of a CIP program that is grant funded, then that at least potentially a percentage of that cost could disappear, correct?
Yeah, the district engineer, these costs are very low because what typically we're doing here is if we have a small line break or a small road slide, they will come in and ensure that we are correcting the road properly. For example, during the mosquito fire incident, we had a few erosion issues that they had to come in and design various materials to ensure that we were doing it correctly and safely.
I see. Thanks for that clarification.
Chairman Miller?
I just wanted to make a comment about budgeting that I've done throughout my life, and a lot of it was on the professional side. And a budget is what you anticipate with reasonable expectation that this is what you're going to spend. It's not necessarily something that's laid down in iron, because if I've got a piece of equipment that I'm pretty sure isn't going to make it through the year, I'm going to have to buy a new one. You want to be prepared for that. So it's not just simply, well, we spent X last year, so we're going to spend X 3% this year. It's beyond that. It's more of the anticipation. So things that happen that you try and plan for, so that at the end of the year you have spent what you anticipated, not that you have spent what you anticipated on the regulars, but the rest of it was not in the budget. So that's just my stand on budgeting. And most of what you're going through now and the questions that you're asking now are exactly the same things that we asked at the budget.
Yeah, or it might be if you don't spend it this year, you're going to get less next year because you didn't need it.
That's a different.
Yeah, we don't typically budget that way. And for the capital expenses, these are all equipment pieces that we've identified that potentially are meeting their life expectancy or are at their end. Now, are we going to spend every dollar from the capital expenses? I don't anticipate that we do, but we want to make sure that we're, as was stated by Chairman Miller, we're trying to anticipate a little bit for how we are going to operate the system and how we're going to spend a little bit of this money.
Reed, you have a question? Go ahead.
On materials, and this is probably for Jessica. Materials and supplies, operating, fuel, and utilities, the projected is way higher than the budget. It almost looks like they need to be switched.
Well, if you take into consideration that administration has their own vehicle number one, and there was no budget allocated towards gas or maintenance for that vehicle for this year. So I think that what Steve Miller was saying was that we have to look back a couple of years. I don't think that everything was addressed for this fiscal year budget.
Okay, but that's not what okay, if you look at through the end of March.
Yeah, I think Nick touched on it. Was just the increased elevated gas prices we saw last year.
Okay, just materials and supplies says 20,000 so far.
Well, yeah, that's the same thing that I said.
Right.
The projection.
And then it's
is
only
much
15
higher
in the new
than
budget.
actual-
Why wouldn't it be closer to the previous budget's 25?
I think we're just crossing our fingers we don't have another wildfire.
Because we look,
That's gonna include those
Okay, but
costs.
this doesn't make sense. And then on utilities, those three categories, just the projection is 3 times more than the other. So I don't know. All right. So
So if I can just jump in really quick. If we look back at last year's the approved budget for last year, we're decreasing materials and supplies. We're flat on materials other. We're decreasing in vehicle maintenance. We are increasing about $3,000 in fuel. We're increasing the professional services about 9,000, and we are increasing the utilities about 2,000. So if we look at all of those numbers, we're actually coming in less for this department than we were budgeted for last year. That includes even adding in the capital expenses are where we start to get into adding in more than we had last year. So the PPE and the capital expense is not something that we budgeted for out of this category before. So it's something where we have this extra category, but we're still coming in relatively close to on budget.
Okay, but I still have a question. The $22,000 in fuel through the end of March. You're projecting you're gonna add another 22,000 in the next 3 months. For April, May, and June. That's what I
No.
know.
Okay,
I
I'll
would,
check
say-
that.
I would say that there's probably a mistake in the formula. Unfortunately, I'm not looking at the projected numbers anymore, really. I'm looking at the final number at this point because I want to see where we are in relation to where we budgeted last year. And I want to see where we are as year to date. So you're
Okay.
probably right. You caught a mistake in one of the Excel formulas.
Okay,
And so
well,
we'll go take a look at that.
well, materials and supplies is the same. It's gonna double. And utilities is double. And then goes down for projected. So it's just, you only have 3 months left.
I'm aware of what you're seeing, and so we will make sure that we clean that up. And the projected is just it really has no bearing on the final number. It's just showing a potential, and if we have an incorrect number in there, then we will make sure that we have that fixed for the next budget workshop.
What are daily
We
supplies?
should just remove that column altogether.
For wall runner, that would be anything. It could be like plumbing supplies, say if they had to fix a service, if they needed to get like a pitchfork, a shovel, anything like that, just kind of all encompassing.
Okay.
Just an observation that I made and just kind of looking at numbers quickly. Is that when we were discussing how many months of the operating budget we need to keep in reserve, which was a whole different situation. The numbers that were given were about 432,000 a month was what we needed to cover the operating budget. Now, if you take that times 12 months, that comes out to 5,184,000. And then if my numbers are correct for this budget, we're $2 million more than that.
I don't think that that's correct. We can look at that. I roll all this together at the end. There's a roll up at the end if we can go over that at the end, the overall budget.
Well, I didn't see, I did.
It's one of the last pages.
You have it all. I didn't see one that just had a sheet that said, here's what everything equals for expenses. Here's what everything equals for revenue. So
can I show you when we get there? It's further down the line.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that'd be great.
So moving to 5,300, this is water treatment. So this is the operation of the water treatment plants. You'll notice the salaries come in slightly higher. This is to be expected because of increases in salaries and increases in costs for insurance and whatnot. As we move into the materials and supplies, we are fairly flat as we move forward. I'm going to keep moving forward here. What you'll see is our biggest expense here is our materials and supplies, and namely it's our chemicals that we have to purchase to ensure that we have the treated water. Now moving over to this one here, you'll also notice that our utilities are incredibly high, and unfortunately treating water is a very energy intensive process. So that does cost us quite a bit to have PG&E. Now I know that we've explored solar in the past, and actually we are going to continue to explore solar moving forward, meeting with some contractors at the Aqua Conference. We are going to try to address some of those concerns and hopefully come back in the next 1 or 2 meetings with some updates on potential use of solar to offset some of those costs. Moving over here, one of the capital expenses, and I'll just point this out to you, Director Thornborough, we do have a need for to repair the VFD at Walton, as it has it's starting to fail. So we wanted to make sure that we included that in there. And then the only improvement that we're doing is to put in automatic gates so that we have the ability to close the gates automatically and open the gates automatically. I'd be happy to, at this point, take any questions from this detailed budget from both the board and the public.
Director Saunders?
Just the same thing again with Bennett. So I know we have Bennett in each section, and then we also have it in the admin services as well. So just that, does it add up to what's in the contract for Bennett?
And
I'm so sorry, I missed the end of your question there.
So we have a contract with Bennett where the board has a up to number. So we have 25,000 for candidate administrative services, 15,000 for the treatment. So those the total add up to what they're contracted for.
I believe it's correct, but we can definitely verify that and bring that to the next workshop meeting.
And that should be with E-Corp also.
We would be happy to do that as well.
Bree?
Question on materials and supplies and utilities. They're projected as level.
Yeah, please, I understand what you're saying with the projected. The projected is not something.
And then I have another comment on the detail page. Is there any way you can put like materials out there and then say the last 5 digits of the account? And then also put them in order? Because your chart starts with material and supplies and it's number 3. And if you can total that, well, I guess you can't total it because it won't go over to the other, but it would make it easier if it was in order.
We can explore doing that, yes. Additionally, you'll notice that TeamViewer is on here. We are looking into canceling our TeamViewer membership because we have the ability to utilize the VPN here locally. So that is going to be something that we are trying to reduce some costs. I know it's not a lot of costs, but it's some costs. We are trying to utilize the system that we already have to access our systems remotely as needed. Okay, moving forward into treated water. This is a section with additional, we're pretty flat on salaries. We have a slight increase of about $11,000 over where we were last year. Materials and supplies, this is one where we do anticipate quite an increase in materials, and we'll go into that in the detail section. So here we have distribution main lateral meter supplies. This has been budgeted for differently in the past. So we are in, when we do make repairs, we're starting to see the costs of those repairs and how much each one of those costs are costing the district based on the reports that are being generated by Cartograph that Adam is presenting to us. So we're able to make a much better educated guess as to how much it's costing to maintain our system here. Now, when we do a meter replacement, a water line replacement, that is still going to be considered a capital improvement. These other supplies are if we have one-off meters that we need to have installed, or we have additional services that we have installed. This is where those costs come from. Moving forward, you'll see that there are a few additional capital expenses here for different pieces of equipment that we don't have and need. And then we have, again, you'll notice that the professional services is here as well with E-Core and Bennett. And I will make sure that we check with those again to make sure that those numbers are all correct. If it would be easier, we could all include the Bennett and the E-Core under admin, and that would match up with whatever their contract is, and we could just have it in one department, or we could break it out based on where we use it throughout the district, however you like to have that be shown.
Breaking it
So I'd
out
be
is
happy to take any questions.
just not the number that one they have out.
Yes, I understand.
Director Stoll?
Could you, again, identify what the SWRCB fees are for?
Yeah, that would be State Water Resource Control Board, and these are the fees that we have to submit for to ensure that our
permit basically for the treatment plant.
yeah, so it's to be able to operate the facility.
Permit fee,
They are
okay.
kind of the overseers of everything water.
Thank you.
Acronym.
Yeah. Unfortunately, those words don't fit in that box, so that's why we use
I
acronyms.
understand.
And that's when you always have to remember.
Yeah, you'll see that one a lot. State Water
Yeah.
Resource Control Board they do all water rights, they do permitting, anything that has to do with water getting to the public, they pretty much have a hand in.
Question from the public, Sheree?
Why are we paying USA Service Alert for treated water?
So as part of our, as a member, we actually have to pay them to do service alerts. Like we have to actually pay them.
Well, shouldn't that be more in another department? Because what would they be doing?
Well,
Treated water they're gonna mark all the lines that
underground
are our system.
Money.
So if someone's going to dig a hole, our treated water guys have to go out and mark where our lines are to ensure that they don't hit them.
So we pay them.
Yep.
And it costs us
It costs us, yeah.
to send somebody out to do it. Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Is that a standby?
Nope.
Yeah, it's like a state law, state mandate. Like if you're a utility, someone calls an underground dig alert, we have to respond within 48 hours, but we also have to pay to be part of that program. But it's a state law. We can't not do it.
One fee fits all of.
It's kind of a safety thing.
Yeah, you don't
Insurance
have
thing.
you don't have to we want to market.
Right.
They don't want to hinder.
Right.
We use this as
It
well.
would cost a lot more if we
Projects.
had to fix up something somebody tore up.
Yeah.
Whether we use it or not.
Well, it's like it's almost like you gotta look at them like they're almost a service. They're taking all these calls in and notifying everybody. So we're paying, for them to.
So did this,
Outsourcing.
does this number change much?
Which one?
The service alert one? Is it,
No,
is it based on, is it a flat rate or is it based on calls?
It's flat rate. Basically, yeah.
The difference would be when we go out based on manpower and labor.
So next. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Okay, so we don't have 5,500 anymore. We incorporated that all into administration. So just really quickly, you'll notice that this is one where the numbers do go considerably higher than they were last year. One of the things to note was our unfunded liability went up quite a bit in this area, almost $100,000. So that's definitely something that we took into account. And then again, salaries was another big one for this that went up approximately $150,000 in salaries increased in this section. So that would account for most of the overages that you're seeing here. Again, there are things that we don't have control over. So you can kind of take a look at this, and most of what we have in this section is unfortunately there are small adjustments that can be made, but not much. As we move into materials and supplies and the rest of the non-labor expenses, anything that is highlighted in yellow here, as you'll notice, this was changed from the actual documentation that went out with the board packet. Myself and Jessica worked on some of this on Friday and yesterday, and we adjusted some of the numbers based on thought, and we wanted to make sure we made note of any of the changes. So some of the changes were, we reduced the board training and travel budget. We increased the bank charges, and we included an additional cost for payroll processing fees because we came in with a better number. So I'd just like to go into the detail section of this and discuss some of the things that we have here. This is a much more involved budget category because there's kind of a lot of things that are going on. As we looked at some of the things here, we looked at a few of the availabilities to reduce costs based on certain expenditures we have. So we looked at potentially getting rid of the payment to mom software. Unfortunately, we have to keep it for 4 more years or do the forensic audit. So at this point, if the forensic audit saves us 28,000, any money off of $28,000, it may be worth it. Or we continue to pay this fee for another 4 years, and we then can drop the mom software off of our cost. Something else that may not be popular, but something to suggest is the potential canceling of Socrata, and it's not anything to do with being not transparent. However, it doesn't seem to be the service that we were hoping it would be, and it seems as though the service that we're paying for this $6,000 still requires an incredible amount of employee input for uploading many of the reports that need to be on there that should be accessed. So this is something that we can continue on, or we can increase to have more accessibility, or we can include additional reports during board meetings. I'm not sure what the right answer is there. That's why I have this highlighted, and I'm leaving it to the board to decide. Something that we're adding that was not available before is board member training. This has to do with, instead of having to submit for reimbursement, we would like to streamline the process, because if we book multiple trainings and multiple events at one time, often we can receive discounts. And so if if the district is able to help the board members to facilitate some of this, we can see a little bit of reduction in cost as over them being reimbursed. The anticipated training budget is $2,500, and that is for each one of the board members, and then a travel and mileage allowance for $1,000 per, and you can see the cost there at $17,500. You'll also notice under utilities, we have reduced the cost for some of the phone services. We have reduced some of the cost for, no more long distance charges. We are including the new internet payment that will be installed in July. That will be the fiber internet. So that's included here as well. And if we move over to professional services, you can see that this is where a majority of our expenses come out. And so, yes, I'm going to make sure again that we look at the engineering consultant. We look at all of the different E-Core, CEQA compliance consultants to make sure that all those numbers are correct. And I will verify that with the board and with the finance committee when I have those numbers at the board workshop. So at this time, I'd just like to open up for any questions from the board and the public.
Director Seaman?
Under the CEQA compliance, you have a number there. Is there a reason for that?
It has to do with their contract. It has to do, I believe this is the way the contract is broken down. We just keep some there. It's not that we're doing CEQA compliance for the administration. It's just part of the contract that we hold with E-Core.
Okay. And then you have an ADT security. Is that something that's just building here?
Yes.
And have we looked into something a little Cause my understanding is that you don't have, a phone line, or you don't have an internet connection or something, all they do is ping you to find out if it's working or not. So if power's down or something down, the security system doesn't work.
We have a
Yeah,
backup.
when our power goes down and the generator kicks in, the security
Okay.
system remains active.
It still works, yeah, so if power goes out or something, we get notified.
They get notified that the ADP is still monitoring you.
It works when we're on generator power.
Okay.
I mean, we don't have the alarm set during the day, so there's no alerts to them. Other than we have video and recording.
Okay.
Director Stone.
I look forward to having the staff discuss the Socrata canceling. I know that personally I'm real frustrated with it. And I know that you're real frustrated with the amount of hold time you have in working with this tool. I look at it as a sunken cost that we paid for a service. And we're not getting a return on it. And I look forward to seeing what else is out there, because it's not the tool that is being utilized in this issue.
Well, and like I said,
Right?
Yeah.
well, I didn't say it to you,
That's the
I said it to someone else,
public
but
portal
Socrata, it just seems like the
Mhm.
version that was. Agreed upon to purchase, because I wasn't here during that time. Pretty much what it's doing is what it does for me already in Tyler, where. I have a report set to run on a certain day of the week. And it pops up in my email, so what Socrata is doing is. We've asked it to run these certain reports, and then it just populates them. And there's nothing, my understanding is that the board's understanding was that they were gonna be able to pull information as needed or what they wanted to look at or date ranges, and that's not what it's made to do. So it doesn't sound like it's what you were requesting. So I don't see the benefit of having it.
Thank you.
Regarding board training, miscellaneous training, travel and mileage, just a quick thought is that the training might be 50% less than it possibly could be, and the mileage is about expense allocation is about double. I know that 3 board members here haven't gone to the CSDA training, which they may choose to. And there's 3 of them that haven't gone to any of the conferences that I'm aware of. And so we might be a little light on the amount of allocated towards training. I know one of the directors is paying several $100s out of his pocket to come in line with his thought of what was reasonable based on. Yeah, so I'm just thinking that might need to be looked at as far as perhaps who intends on maybe going to training by each board member this coming year and or a conference versus how much we're actually spending on mileage, and just have another look at it.
Yeah, just remember, if you want to get CSDA special district good governance, you will have to go to the CSDA meeting and probably an ACA conference, and that's at least 2 per year for the.
Yeah, so what I did was look at CSDA is about $600 to $700 to go to the conference. Aqua is about 700, I think, 750 maybe. And then the travel was if you have to fly or if you have to do mileage. So that's are you saying to increase that budget or to decrease? Because we just decreased the budget. I thought we were a little too.
Just understand the needs of the individual board members and their expectation of maybe able to want to attend or need to attend, or like Director Saunders mentioned about for the certification, we might have to go send 2 people instead of 1 like last year. The mileage. Correct. And so you mentioned that the Aqua conference was $815. But the total was between 2 of us that I know of was a total of $5,000 for everything, including mileage. So that's a little, if only 2 people attend these things somewhat as required either by, the JPIA requirements to vote. And it seems that the the miscellaneous training. I see 12,000.
Well, the question is this just to cover what the district spends, and will we still be able to do reimbursement? Because I know,
So this is just for the conference and to get there. If you have meals and other expenses while you're there, those are gonna be reimbursable expenses. This is so that we can register you for Aqua and so that we can book your travel.
Okay.
yeah, 'cause that helps, because on the front end, because like Mitch couldn't get into the Aqua thing, and I had to pay for his registration, so that was 1,600 up front, plus my hotel, plus fines, so that's like thousands of dollars. Just to go before we get reimbursed.
And what my thought was here is everybody gets an equal amount, so $3,500 per to do whatever training that they want to do, you know. So it keeps, you know, you can't go to everything unless you get permission from the rest of the board, but you can go to something. You at least anticipate something that you would like to go to get more training.
I think that's a pretty good estimate based on just the cost of the registration and past utilization of the funds, just that no one that I'm aware of kind of talked to us.
Very few went, and anywhere that I go above and over, I just pay myself, so that's what I do.
Yeah. Oh, that's so thanks for clarifying that. And
Sure.
you have an administration 56, it's 12,500 or 10? Did I miss something?
12.5.
12.5? I have 10 on mine. Did I look at something?
There's another one that's 25.
Was that
Yeah, so we reduced it from 25 to 17.5.
up here? Oh, 17.5. Oh, I see. But the it's 17.5, but it didn't change on the the detail that I didn't have, and you got 12.5. Okay, that's more. Yeah, it's I feel the warm and fuzzies with what you said. But just I think a few more questions could have been asked of the board, and to narrow that down, maybe even lower, but
Yeah, this wasn't something that's ever been included before, and so I that's why this is open for debate. And if you have a board member who doesn't want to travel, that's totally fine, or doesn't want to go to training, that's totally fine. We can reduce the number as needed.
one way or the other, just so it's honest and and we're using real data. Okay. Sharita.
Sorry.
Why is there double lines on page 10, materials and supplies? Is that 5,400 that I'm trying to incorporate into it?
Every line is doubled because it's 55 and 56 put together.
Okay, it doesn't show that. I had to guess.
I think it's just too small.
Yeah.
It does show that. It shows it in
It has all the account numbers.
Right, but can you make the border smaller and then this can, because I mean, literally, you can't read it. I mean, the numbers are so small to be able to maybe make the border smaller. So we can get more room.
Yeah.
And then, the dollar signs are all over the place on it, so.
Okay. I think we're ready.
This isn't the way the final budget's going to be presented. The final budget will be presented the way it always has been presented.
This is last.
I've also started that too, so we'll discuss.
Yeah, that's fine.
Zone 6,100 now?
Yes, so now we have the zone fund. Salaries, last year, we had only budgeted for $80,000 in salaries. We anticipated that there was some anomaly in our budgeting. That was a 5601. We come to agree that this is probably where that was supposed to be budgeted for. So basically that's where a lot of the increase in the budget is coming from for the salaries, the top portion. Moving into materials and supplies, as I go into the detail, here are some of the various projects and things that we're going to do. Now, I will I will update and say anything under professional services that is here is not included in the the Bennett or the CEQA. This is all all underneath here. And so the WDR, all that environmental work, that's all going to be based upon an additional contract that we have to have for the zone. And then another big thing that we have to include is a rate study. And we're probably going to be doing a rate study in both the zone and in both Fund 100 and Fund 200. So that is not included in the budget for the 100. So I have to decide, we're trying to figure out about how much that's going to be so we can include the right budget number. I would like to just let anybody make any comments or questions here as well.
Mr. Stoll, AQMD. Air Quality Management District.
Okay, great. Air quality management.
There you go. Jessica.
I just wanted to mention that I'm fully aware that capital expenses have the wrong account number. It should be 200-6100. That's being updated.
Which one?
Page 12 at the
Mhm.
bottom,
Right
capital
here.
expense for zone.
Must be what number?
Right here.
200 dash, the same as everybody else up here. 200-100.
Good eye.
I just copy and pasted and didn't update it.
Hey, I don't see any questions yet.
Well, let me ask.
Oh, Mr. Stovall.
In regard to the rate study, can you give the board an estimate when that rate could be adjusted and be ready for Prop 218?
No, I don't anticipate it. It'll be closer to the end of the fiscal year. So sometime in 2024.
Thank you.
We have to get the thing back from the wastewater.
The rate study won't be done until the WDR is complete.
That's looking at adding the ADUs and septic tanks.
Okay, moving on to salaries fiscal year 23-24.
So here's an estimation for salaries moving forward for the next year. You'll notice we have one vacant position. We don't know when or if we'll fill that. Moving forward, we are looking at maybe changing that position title to be a crossover for a few different departments. One of the things that we see is having only 2 water treatment operators. If we ever have somebody on vacation and the other one gets sick, then we do not have a water treatment operator that is available. So we're looking at having a bit of redundancy for there. And then for our wastewater technician, we actually had an issue last week with, excuse me, 2 weeks ago, with our wastewater technician being the only person who can do the septic inspections, being on vacation, and he was on vacation for approximately 2 weeks, and we had some escrow issues with a property. So we're trying to find some redundancy in the system so that our employees can still take their allotted time and don't have to be stressed with having to come back to work that could have been done by somebody else. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now.
Director Saunders.
Yeah, I know we have engineering manager, I know we want to consult.
I'm so sorry. It was really, I heard something about the engineering
We
manager.
have engineering manager on, and I know we went with a consultant for it, so.
Yeah, we won't be hiring for that position. I think this is just part of the report that we have. That's like a salary scale. I can remove it if you like.
And then this is still pre the salary study, so.
Yes, this is all pre the salary study.
Public, Cherie.
Do we not have a retired annuitant anymore?
We are,
Not supposed to.
That wouldn't be on here.
Why wouldn't it? She's an employee.
It's under the
It comes under a different heading.
Well, it's under a different fiscal year.
So currently her contract is working through June 30th. We haven't anticipated if we're going to utilize that position anymore. If the need arises, then we will continue to have that position available.
And then also the operations manager, I thought was required to have water treatment plant licenses. So wouldn't that be your backup?
Yeah, yeah. There's, I mean, there's more to it than that, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but that was part of the contract when you were hired.
Mm-hmm. And they have the licenses.
And then, but I think these management salaries are way too high compared to, just for example, Darrell Creek's left making about $135,000 after 11 years of being operations manager. And that was like a year and a half ago. So I just think they're too high. And also, why are we not receiving the other end of the salaries, and where's the benefit part of the chart that we received the last 2 years? And that's almost $2 million more. That's not even on here.
So we will include the rest of the.
I mean, it's all in the department slides.
Right, but it's not per
Total.
yeah. Well, you remember the one that was submitted during the budget last year.
Yeah, we will include that.
And that's what I asked the last time. Okay.
Okay, so here's the calculation for the overtime and the standby pay for the different departments and how we determine what number we are going to be utilizing in those areas. Again, I'll just caveat and note that overtime pay is not a guaranteed for our employees. It is only as needed and as required. When someone goes out and an on-call in the middle of the night, they do get overtime pay, or if we have an emergency, they get overtime pay. So those are typically the only times that those are utilized. And this was a workup done by Adam. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to have him go over this.
I see no questions.
Okay. So the capital improvement plan, quite a bit was changed here. We reduced quite a bit of the projects that are non-grant funded to ensure that we are able to complete them all. One of the statements and questions that was presented in the finance committee was, do we have enough manpower, enough time to do a lot of these? And the answer to that is yes and no. So we are definitely going to be looking at the amount of projects that we have and how we can accomplish as much as we possibly can without having issues with the actual operation of the facility of the district. So if you have any questions about this, you'll notice that a lot of this has been reduced or moved into other fiscal years, and this is about $1.1 million of the capital improvement plan budget. The grants portion makes it approximately 1.5. And then we also broke out the zone because the zone fund comes from a different area within the general fund, the general plan. So there is a different monies that are available to do zone projects. So my opinion was it wasn't appropriate to include capital projects that were going to be funded by zone money underneath the whole capital improvement plan. So we made a special category for projects that are going to be done in the zone. As we move into the grant funding area, you can see that this is another $500,000 that will be for the grant funded portions. I will also note, since the last time we spoke, this has been added, and this is the dredging of the reservoirs and the erosion control methods that Adam discussed earlier. That was that emergency declaration funding that we are hoping to get to be able to offset those costs. And then the only other one that I'd like to discuss is development of alternative water sources, this down here. And so what that is that is the exploration of two water right diversions that we have access to. One is Onion Creek and one is Otter Creek. And so we are starting the process of determining how we can access those alternative water sources. We have the ability to create an additional impoundment within the district that could be utilized for future VA arrangements and future water transfers if we develop it at the Onion Creek location. So at that point, I'd just be happy to take any questions.
Question from Vice President Seaman?
Under the CIP project zone, it says water line to CDS field. Isn't that a wastewater line?
It is not a wastewater line. What we were hoping to do is to install a treated water line to where the CDS field is, so we can utilize it for cleaning and other operations.
Oh, okay.
The $10,000 is because we have to get a right of way to go through a property.
Right, okay.
Nicholas, did you ask for questions on capital improvement projects, or did I miss
Yes,
it?
please.
I had a question. Does it make any sense, for whatever reason you could think of, that's not compensated for or adjusted for, that due to the cost of goods and services going up year over year, and we're projecting out up to 4 years here? The cost of commodities are going up more than maybe salaries and other things. Should we consider putting an algorithm associated with each year because they're depreciating dollars moving out? So let's say pump station retrofits, 12,000 this year, 7% less than that would be closer to a little over 11,000 in 2024, 25, closer to 10,300. And when you get out to 28, that 12,000 is closer to 9. So in real dollars, buying power is going down. So I was wondering if an algorithm might be applied to each year to offset the depreciating value of the dollar.
So this is
for forecasting, maybe.
I think what we're doing is trying to anticipate things that we need to do moving forward. Again, this is probably not going to be, it's probably going to be adjusted next year. This is just trying to anticipate what is going to be needed moving forward. And so, for example, with the pump station retrofits, we would do up to $12,000 worth of retrofits as needed. So we may or may not need them, but as needed, that's what we are hoping to do.
Okay. Director Stolo.
In your vehicle replacement category, I know that we need to replace some existing vehicles because a lack of towing capacity.
That is correct.
What's the cost benefit of replacing other vehicles before we get into this zero emissions vehicle mandate? Is it cost beneficial to purchase some vehicles prior to that coming on board? At least
it's definitely something to be considered. If it were to be up to me, I would say yes. I would like to convert as much as the fleet to newer vehicles today. Unfortunately, I don't think that our budget will allow. And so I was trying to find a happy, comfortable place to come up with a number so that we could always increase that. I think that's a great way to look at it. But we also have to be very careful that we stay within the allotted budget that we have for something like this.
Yeah, my concern is that the cost of future vehicles will be just as cost prohibitive. As
I agree.
Oh, thank you.
Public, Sheree? Oh,
Well, I was just gonna add in with algorithm that so it never go down, it just goes up. So remember, every time we're out a year, the next time we do a bid, it's usually $300,000 more if it was like $1 million project. So you probably want to not put the cost down because.
And this is,
behind the eight walls.
and this is in today's dollars. I think we, as board members, we need to look at that. That's not a future cost, that's at today's dollars. But it's a good point.
And, that tunnel inspection.
Yes.
Did we ever get anyone to bite on that? Cause didn't we
I'm
put
gonna
that
turn
out
over to
last
Adam
year?
Because I know Adam's been working with somebody.
I haven't got anyone like lined up to do it. We did have someone lined up the previous general manager did, but not right now. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out.
That's still the 65,000?
That was the number we were quoted in, was it 2022?
Yeah,
So it could change.
right, okay.
We won't be able to do that until at least November because of we have to do it after irrigation season.
One more comment. I've said this before, but with the annual canal lining and canal improvement, the cost can definitely be returned and what water saved can be full.
I'm sorry, I missed the end of your sentence.
You missed the end of your sentence.
Pardon?
He didn't hear you.
Again, my comment about annual canal lining and canal improvements. We're
Yes.
gonna get a return on that investment because that'll free up more water for transfers in the future.
That is
Because
very correct.
lack
Yes.
of,
As well as the pipeline, the canal pipeline improvements.
exactly.
Now the public, Sherry.
How much money do we have in capital reserves to pay for these projects? It looks like $1 million. And are you going to be transferring the excess funds like that happened last year? 1.4, almost $5 million was put in capital reserves for this year's capital improvement project.
So I'm gonna have to get back to you on that question. The budget here is 1.6. There's approximately $10 million in total reserves for the district. And I would have to get you an exact number for the capital reserves.
Okay, but are you also going to be transferring funds from the water fund like was done last year, the annual transfer?
We are hoping to, yes.
But you don't know the dollar amount yet.
You have to have the audit.
After the audit.
Nicholas, what else do you have for us?
So just some future projects that we're thinking about doing 5 years and out. In regard to the Fazio water, that's North Fork American River Pumping Plant, Canyon Creek Reservoir, potentially putting in hydro at Stumpy, getting back our Loon Lake connection, and then potentially expanding the districts with line extensions. So that is what I have here. Here is the questions that you may have had, Director Thornbrough, with revenues. I'm sorry, was there a question?
Director Saunders has a question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we do get hydroelectric contracts for that, and that's not in our CIP budget.
I'm so sorry.
We do have the 2 hydroelectric plants that are coming back to us. Contract wise.
I do not have that in our budget because I need to do some research as to how much money that's actually generating and how much we will be able to capture.
Here is them.
26, 27.
Yeah, I believe it's 26. I think is when we get the one is 26 and one is 27. There's 2 different contracts. So here is our revenue budget, and I will note that we finally got a hold of somebody at the county, or at least Jessica finally knocked down enough doors at the county to get our property tax revenue. So I think a big applause for Jessica on that. And that did come in about $100,000 higher than we anticipated.
It was 1.998.
Yeah,
No.
so we're gonna actually increase our proposed budget for that to like probably the $2 million, because we anticipate that going up just a little bit more because of housing costs. But here's all the different revenues that we anticipate throughout the year. So I'd just be happy to take any questions.
Director Saunders.
Yeah, I know we're still chasing down the smud money and, any luck with that?
Everyone
So I've
retired.
been working. What's that, Jessica?
I said apparently everyone retired last year and nobody took over their positions.
Yeah, so we're working on that one. I actually had a meeting with the county. And so we're getting a hold of that as well.
And then I know the proposed interest income, is that realistic there?
Say it one more time.
The proposed interest income is 60,000, so that's a little.
I think that's actually going to be low.
Where are you looking at?
That's why.
Non-operating revenue, 5 lines down. I think what the anticipation from the investment accountants was about 10,000 a month. So that's I went half of that.
Seeing what happened with JPIA, they didn't get back as much as they expected as well.
Yeah, that's why I didn't include the full budget number.
Go ahead, Director Stoll.
You mentioned in the capital improvement projects, the very last line identifies a grant total of what's potentially available of 1.925 million. However, in the last line of the GDPUD revenue budget, it identifies 3.2 million. Where's the other 1.275 million budgeted?
Sorry. It has to do with the way some of the grants cross over in the fiscal year. So the 3.2 is probably high. You're probably right. We should reduce it to the 1.9. Originally, we were anticipating more grants coming in this year, but they're going to be spread more throughout other years. So we'll adjust that number.
Go ahead, Nicholas.
Oh, that's it. Is there any other questions?
Public, Sheree? Oh,
I got a question. Proposition 218 that we've been paying on for the last 5 years, we only had one rate increase and that was the first year, right?
Second year, I think.
Second year. And then after that was COVID and all kinds of stuff. So it's been no zero increases. How are we doing after just having just one increase? I mean, we're doing pretty good, right?
It's 1.5.
We're going to look at a rate study again this year. And we're going to do a much more thorough rate study to ensure that we are looking good moving forward. Nobody wants to hear the words rate increase. But it is a potential that we may have to raise rates to cover the increasing costs from inflation, from salaries. There's a lot of things that are going to be factored in. Right now, we are doing okay, but we definitely have to look at the numbers again.
Based on the projection from the 218, we exceeded where we were supposed to be with the rate.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Because what?
other income.
Other income.
And then we got the taxes back.
Well, they're cutting, it's being mailed today or tomorrow.
I'll go pick it up. It's on my way to Mexico.
Sheree.
I have a question on the 22-23 approved budgets. Net total water revenue is 6.993. And then your projected is 6.158. That's like $35,000 difference in income. Not quite sure why.
You're on
I'm
page.
sorry, saying
That's
the
on
approved
the-
budget for and say your question one more time.
Look at the 2023 approved, 6,993,000. And
Yes.
your projected revenue is 6,158.
Yes, if you look at residential water sales from 2022, 2023, the anticipated water sales were $400,000 higher than they are. And irrigation sales came in almost 200,000 higher. So the approved budget was not anticipated correctly last year. So that's where you see a great deal of money that is not going to be seen in the district. You'll notice that the actual money coming in is not even close. We looked back because there hasn't been a rate increase since this was done. We went back to the original amount, which is the $2.8 million for anticipated residential sales. And so that's where you see a great deal of difference in there.
Okay, and I also see a difference in the review summary from last year and this one on actuals. Like this one has 21-22, you got 2,873,000. Last year it was 2,981,000. There's a difference there. So how do you change something that's already an actual?
I would have to go back and look at the numbers.
Okay, but it's still, even if you take off the 400 and the other, there's still, it's down, something's down.
Yes, if you look at several of the other, you have a category that is other, that is $196,000.
What is that?
We don't know.
Well, it went from $50,000 in penalties to nothing for 3 years.
Yeah, but it was, I think that was, grants. Possibly.
That is not grants.
It was because of COVID.
Grants is all the way at the bottom.
Yeah.
Well, the previous year, there was 185,000.
And also take into account, we had the mandates and we had reduced water as well, so.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about water. This is other. All right, it just doesn't add up.
So what were the penalties? Did we go over that again?
Penalties are
Late fee.
Or what?
Late fees. We're already up to 50,000 so far this year, and we only started in December.
Late fees that,
If you don't pay their
If you don't
bill,
pay your bill, you
oh,
get a
those,
fine.
okay, those late fees, non-payment, got it.
And then
Okay.
violations for water theft, that all that stuff.
Okay,
And then it also has, I think some of that is lien, when we lien a property and it comes back later, we get it there as well. Okay, so here's our operating expenses. You can see each department, and then the highlighted area is right here. The 5.9 is anticipated. Last year was approved at 5.2. So the additional costs are approximately $700,000 more than last year. And much of that can be seen in the admin budget. And we went over all those different categories. So, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Oh,
I sent
I'd be
Alexis on an errand.
no
Apologize.
problem. I'd be happy to take any questions. I still think that we can reduce the budget. I don't think that we are at a final number yet. So I think the budget workshop will be helpful to reduce some of that, as well as we have one more board meeting to finalize this. So it doesn't sit happy with where I would like it to be. I'd like it to be a little bit less. Unfortunately, I'm trying to be realistic in the costs that we may or may not incur moving forward. So we did throw about everything at the wall that we could, and we're going to try to see what we can remove.
Okay. Okay. We move on to, oh, there.
One comment back on revenue. If you look at last year's budget, there's a footnote 3, which is referring to the 196,000 grant revenue and other revenues restricted to capital projects are shown in the restricted funds. That's where that came from,
Okay.
last year's budget.
Okay. All right.
That's the entirety of my presentation, unless there's any other questions.
Doesn't look like it, so we're.
Well, I have final comments if I can. Are we off the budget?
Going off the budget, yes.
Okay. I would like that.
That was what, like, we're going
$1 million increase is when I see this budget. I think is outrageous. First in February, it was 700,000 over. April, it was 1.1 million, and now it's about $1 million over last year's budget. This feels like a bait and switch technique used by a typical used car salesman. This board's main duty to the ratepayers is the financial health of the district. Since February 14th, GM Snyder has presented 3 different proposed budgets to this board and once to the finance committee, which included large increases each time. And not one board member or committee member questioned any of the details of this budget. This budget doesn't have a consolidated expense section like last year's budget, so it's a grand total of all the different departments and all the different accounts. So you can't see what you need to see. Last year, the budget included this section. The layout of this budget is very difficult to read compared to the past budgets, especially with Department 5600. It's so small. And this budget shows 835 less in revenue. Why is that? So this partially got explained. The salary chart shows proposed salaries of over $2 million, which is 14% higher than the current approved budget. Social Security recipients received 8.7%. The salary chart neglects to show us the additional employee taxes and benefits which are probably an additional $2 million. And why was the unfunded CalPERS liability for 5,600 gone from 190 to 926,000? The other departments didn't go up. The projected column on the revenue page appears to be incomplete, which we discussed. And the PowerPoint was added yesterday to the district website meeting page, and the public was not notified of this. The public should get an email when anything is added or revised concerning the meeting document. El Dorado County follows this procedure very exactly. When there's a public comment, it's emailed out. And just for a note, the 2018 rate increase brought in about $1.5 million in additional funds, which was spent and increased the rates dramatically. What will $1 million increase in expenses due to the rates when the new rate study is completed? That's like 2/3 of that. So Confucius says, and he probably didn't, those who are too trusting are the ones most likely to be bitten if they have not done their responsibility and exercise due diligence. That's it.
I will address those comments with this. The budget is not $1 million more. It is approximately $700,000 more than last year's budget. And yes, we have worked the numbers. We have changed the way things are going to be done. We've tried to tighten up in certain areas. We've tried to come up with better numbers. And I think that that is being reflected in how these numbers are changing and coming down from the original budget. Yes, we were very, very high. We were up to 1.2 million over. And now we've reduced the budget by almost $500,000 from that number.
Okay, but that's not what I read.
Okay, now on moving along to action item number 8C, summary of surplus sales and request to use these funds to buy equipment purchases.
Yes, thank you. So this next item is, I'm going to turn it over to Adam in just a minute, but we have surplused out several pieces of equipment that are all listed in the staff report. We have accumulated approximately $86,000 in that account. We've purchased some hand tools and some toolboxes for the warehouse, and we are looking to utilize some of that to purchase some additional equipment. I'd just like to caveat that once we do purchase the new equipment, we will then surplus that equipment out. So we would be left with approximately $9,000 after this surplusing. And then what we would surplus those equipments back out for the amount of between $30,000 and $50,000 anticipated. So pieces of equipment we are looking to purchase are a mini excavator. We are looking to upgrade the razor to a 4-door razor because of the need to bring more people to the work sites in the wintertime, and a hot water pressure washer. So I'd just like to have Adam, he's included some preliminary documentation. We are anticipating buying a used excavator and a new razor. So Adam, if you have anything to add.
I don't have much to add to that. Yeah, I think it's just an opportunity with some of the surplus funds we received, some of the equipment, and try to upgrade some of the equipment we have now. Not only to upgrade the equipment but to have another piece of equipment that better fits our use with the razor. So I don't have much. Go ahead.
I just like to, what you're approving is an up to amount. So we are going to shop around as best as we can to ensure that we get the best deal possible with the used equipment and with the razor, so that you're not approving a definite number, you're approving an up to number.
Questions from Director Stover?
Am I correct in assuming that we have a vehicle that has the weight capacity to hold this compact excavator?
Yeah.
Sure.
Director Thornburg.
Yes. You got an idea what the current value of the Bobcat mini excavator?
So I try to find some used comparisons to what that has. I came up with between 25 and 30,000 about. Is what, because we sold the 99 Takuchi for 17 and it had about 6,000 hours. This was in 2010.
Oh, okay.
30 or 33,000. So they were kind of all over the place though on the prices. So it's kind of estimate.
Yeah, but John Deere one's gonna be pretty expensive.
Yeah, so I found a couple used ones around 50, maybe a little bit higher. Because I'm trying to get under 1,000 hours. I want something with 2,500 hours. That's the goal.
Director Saunders?
Pretty much the plan of what's doing the surplus equipment is make sure we use the money from the surplus so we can save in capital expenses when we do get these used equipment to upgrade that way. So.
So, public comment? Yeah. At this point, the recommendation is to approve the transactions as proposed. Do I get a motion from the director?
So moved.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously 5-0.
You didn't say aye.
Okay.
I'm holding back saying something else.
Oh.
Action item 8D, policy 4210, board meeting standards of conduct.
So,
go ahead, sir.
yeah, this next item has been discussed at the policy committee, and what we're looking at doing is changing some of the board meeting policy standards of conduct. Included in the packet is the proposed changes that are redlined and included in there. Of note, one of the changes reduces the public comment period from 5 minutes and 25 minutes individual and 20 minutes in total to 3 minutes individual and 15 minutes in total. And if there are more than 5 members of the public that wish to speak on one item, then we reserve the right to reduce that 3 minutes accordingly. And this is just to streamline the board meeting process. It's not to limit public comment. We still will listen to all those who have comments, and we will still receive all written comments as given. This is to allow a better use of the time during the board meeting. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. Also, Director Saunders and Director Seaman sit on that policy committee, so they may have some insight into this matter as well.
Dr. Stoll.
I wonder, it may be appropriate to have a show of hands prior to the public comment to get a judgment of how many comments are gonna be.
Yes, typically that's what we will ask for.
Dr. Thornburg.
Yeah, I think the new policy is missing a section that it needs to have in there. Where it was this section 5030.4.2. Where I said the board president may allow additional per speaker and per subject comment time when necessary for a full and fair proceeding. That was in the old policy. It's not, I didn't see it in the new policy. I think that needs to be in there.
It says right under the very top line of the page 3.
Page 3.
Yep. I'm sorry, page 2. I apologize.
Page
It's
2.
5030.4.2. Board president may allow additional per speaker, per subject comment time when necessary for a full and fair proceeding.
Right, that's in the old one. It's not in the new one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see what you're saying.
That was kind of my point.
I apologize for that. I was looking at the wrong document. So we can add that in there, and we would, if the board would like to make that adjustment, I think that's a good adjustment to make, and we can add that in there under section 4210.06 public comments. We can add it to number 7.
Right, I think that's where it should go.
That's supposed to be in them.
What kind of policy committee we got?
Sometimes heated.
Sometimes heated.
Okay,
Well-
so can I get a motion to?
And the motion to adopt this would be with the change of adding in the language from Director Thornborough under section 4210.06, adding number 7, where the board president is allowed to add time.
I think we can be a little more specific. How about this? I make a motion that we approve this policy with adding a number 7 to section 4210.06 that states the verbiage that is on the old policy, section number 5030.4.2.
I recommend that because this was left out, so I would have that, it should go back where it belongs because it's missing, so. It would go between 3 and 4, and I have to add in 5030.4.2. And that would be the between 3 and 4, and there the numbers would change. I would keep it as.
Why does it have to be in between 3 and 4?
Because I would keep it as the same policy as we had before. We only changed the minutes in that section, so that should have been, that was an error that it wasn't in there.
Well, no, you just
I wouldn't.
complicated motion a whole lot more complicated.
Well, I just asked to re-add 5030.4.2 between 3 and 4 in section for public comments. It's missing, so it's just added back.
Do we get a second?
He does that every time.
Oh, there. 3. Public comment 3.
I don't see why it's necessary to change the 5 to 3. Never had a problem with it. When have we had a problem? We haven't. And eliminating that, and then also adding a designee in there. What is that?
That's the law. So the law changed and there's a new law on disruption of meetings and we just changed it to match the law.
Okay, and is that a law enforcement officer?
Whatever the
Could be.
Could be law enforcement, it could be
Bouncer.
sheriff, it could be fire, it depends on what the issue is.
Okay, well, I don't know if you'd make it through the meeting before they got here to help. But okay, if it's a law requirement, but I still don't think you should change the 5 to the 3. And limiting the number, because when have you ever had a problem? Maybe at the rate study. So to me, it is camping down.
Well, like this addition that we're gonna be adding back in where we left it out, is it's up to the discretion of us and we're not gonna not allow a fair proceeding. He proceeded today a little bit longer, the first gentleman. I wasn't aware of the clock being up there, so I felt, so.
Well, it wasn't running.
No, it finished.
Oh,
It went back, it reset.
Oh, I thought it wasn't running.
Yeah, it reset. now.
So we, if had I caught that, I mean, I wasn't, he spoke longer than we had intended or typically someone might. He's his first time here. And
Well, I think when
And so-
most of it is compliments, we make an exception.
yeah. The big butt came in and that's when I started. Where's
That's
the
when the
clock?
clock should have
Yeah,
started.
where's the clock? But I think that honing it down, keeping the meeting as concise and as short and as brief, unless then we have some limits and at the discretion of the
But
board.
we have limits.
And it's
could do the same
consistent,
thing now.
it's consistent with all of most of the boards in California, so very few are over 3 minutes.
So, thank you.
You have a motion.
Do I have a motion to adopt? Well,
I mean.
yeah, the motion, got a second with that addition.
So I made the initial one, you made an amended one. So I can second your amended one, or am I out of this?
No, you would.
No, you can second.
You'd be the motion.
Yes. Can I get a,
We'll never screw up again, honest.
I'll second
then,
what he said.
okay, then can I get a motion to approve this? Whether,
That's what we just did.
I mean, not a motion, but getting tired here. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Heard me this time, right?
Yeah, I did.
This passes unanimously 5-0. And board meeting standards of conduct will change as of today.
As of today? It takes effect immediately?
It takes effect at the next board meeting.
Oh, okay, that's pretty immediate.
Whatever the resolution.
Okay, action item 8E. Aqua Board election for Aqua Board Vice President. Nomination of Director Saunders for Vice President.
So I don't have a lot to say here, but I will let Director Saunders have a few minutes. This is a item where we would need a resolution nominating Director Saunders to run for the Vice President position at Aqua. I think Director Saunders would be a great representative of both Aqua and the district, and he's been quite involved with many of the Aqua committees and much of the Aqua informational staff, and he's got a great reputation within Aqua. And I think that this would be a great opportunity for him to serve the district and serve Aqua.
I think this is self-explanatory. I make a motion.
Could have been on consent.
I mean, the reason is because it's Aqua Vice President, so it's a little above and beyond just going on consent, and it's also gonna be on the RWA meeting, Thursday, because I'm asking for, their support and Mountain County, so basically, it's good to have a small agency represented, because a lot of the water agencies are huge and urban water suppliers, and a lot of them are south of Sacramento, so not only would we have someone from the northern part of the state, a rural part of the state, and a small urban water supplier. That's also, we've gone through the same, we've gone through mosquitoes, we've gone through wildfires, we have the same pressures that we have the same budgetary constraints. And as a small districts, things that Aqua can provide to districts like us in terms of having grant writing abilities that can be shared and things like that is something I can bring up to Aqua. And the big thing is the headwaters. So, we have to keep pushing the headwaters because that's pretty 60 to 70% of all the water comes from the river.
I get them soon.
Pushing.
For all of California,
Yes.
So in other words, we'll have a hook.
Director Seaman?
Place at the table.
So the question I have is, what is the cost that this is going to incur on the district?
So it's actually less because
They pay.
I'm on the.
Well, that's
region-
what, yeah.
So I'm on the
Officer.
region board now, so I have to go to the 2 conferences a year, and I believe they pay the conference fee for the president and vice president, so it'll be $1,500 less. for the district.
Oh,
To me, that was a good question,
so there's
wasn't
not
it?
only a benefit to you being here.
I just noticed. Yeah, right. And Director Stubble, any questions, kind of? Speaking of pushing, no, I've seen the value of you attending all these conferences and meetings and representing us and I could see the value. And I saw you in action at the conference, and I think you're good at pushing us around here. No, you'll be a fine representative for our district, and I think you'll do well. From what I could see, yeah.
I agree.
here.
It's kind of like a promotion.
Well, the chances are we're fighting Southern Cal, so I mean,
Right.
so like the Women in Water meeting, all of a sudden, slate cards started coming out, so we're fighting the machine, so. But at least this year, if I don't win, I get my name on it, next year we have a chance.
Name recognition this year, yeah, at the very least. Can I get a,
Public comment.
okay,
But Mike, you're going up for an election on this, so okay, so
we're nominating him
Yeah,
to,
we're nominating.
Oh, okay.
There'll be an election process and it goes to every water agency gets to vote on
do
it.
you need to put a sign up in front of my house?
No.
on interstate,
We gotta be back on the corner.
on Interstate 5, maybe, something like that. So can I
We
get
could do
a,
that.
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong?
out of the right away. Can I get a motion to nominate Director Saunders for the ACWA Board Vice President?
I'd like to make a motion to nominate and support Director Saunders as a candidate for the position of ACWA Vice President.
I'll
Well
second.
said, seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Wait a minute.
He saw me.
So,
Oh, all right.
yes, all in favor? Aye.
We did that.
Motion passes 5-0, like I said. Motion passes. Congratulations, Director Saunders.
Yeah.
for right now.
But yeah, the one, yeah.
One way to go.
Who gets to vote for you?
Every water agency.
Oh.
466.
And there's a lot, I looked at that list. Gee.
Yeah,
400.
466.
yeah, it'll be big stuff.
You're a shoo-in.
I went into monitor the voting and see.
Okay, can we get on with this and go away?
I just saw we have a
Yeah,
closed
so,
session on here.
yeah, so, hey, let's see where we're
I
at.
didn't even see
We're
that
up
before.
to,
Public hearings, none.
I have something to discuss.
Board member
Which I'm not
request.
sure if I want to put it on a future agenda item, but it,
Oh.
that pressure washer of their location and what they're doing with it.
I knew you were gonna bring that up.
Well, I brought it up with the last GM. So we don't have a discharge into that creek because of pressure washing with that pressure washers that we have there. Because they usually are
Sure.
doing the end of the building and it run off because that's asphalted.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think of that.
Ooh,
Water.
that's what happens when you deal with an inspector.
You gotta do a lot of cleanups after that. Wow.
We
So
will,
that-
we will work on making it environmentally sound.
Okay,
Is
because
that
you
it?
got a lot of oils, greases and besides the mud and debris.
Is that it?
Sorry.
Okay, any
Oh, I
other
do. That was-
board member with,
You brought it up last time.
anybody other board member had a request for future
And
agenda
I thought
items?
it wasn't a hot wonder.
Nicholas, any final comments?
No, I do have a good news for Director Thornborough. We have no closed session tonight.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Taco Tuesday,
I'm
with
gonna
that-
miss Taco Tuesday if I don't get it going here.
With that said, conclude today's session, Board of Directors, May 16th, 2023 at 6:21
Wait,
PM.
What about the next meeting date?
You have to have a motion to adjourn, please.
Next meeting date will be June 13th. What is it?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
June 13th, 2 PM.
Oh.
That'll be a special.
Yeah, the next one. So gotta get a motion to adjourn.
Motion to
I made-
adjourn.
In favor?
Did.
Aye. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you all. I apologize for not being there. I will be at the next one.
Thanks, Nick.
So do we need,
Have a good evening, all.
I have a question now.
What?
Do we need to keep